In a mildly embarrassing twist there, couldn't find my headphones for a minute. That would have been, not particularly problematic, but a little bit. Go ahead and fix my microphone here a little bit. Why you gotta be such a pain, mic stand? How is it going, folks? Machine God in first. And did I see that right, Machine God? Yeah, thank you so much for that resub. 7 months. 7. God, we're about to hit 12 months for a few people. And it's kind of blowing my mind. It's kind of blowing my mind. Should coincide with our 1-year streamiversary coming up here on January the 20th. Machine God, good to see you. We've got to Square. We have Sumitha. We've got E. Staley. Staley's, how you doing, man? How are things? Haven't seen you for a little bit on stream. An amazing E. Staley's is a really, really great BattleTech painter. Like on my short list of people whose paint jobs I like really, really admire, and I'm always looking out for. How you doing, man? I pushed the wrong button on my coffee maker and it filled my mug up to the point where it's like I have to be very careful for the first few sips. Oh God. Just want to say hi and bye. Don't feel like talking. Sorry, WJ, thank you so much for stopping in, man. I hope that you are having at least a reasonable day. Always good to see you, though, man. Always good to see you. I am. Yeah, I had a couple days there where I wasn't sleeping. Like, at all. I don't know. I was getting like a couple hours of sleep a night and then feeling funky in the morning, and my dreams were all messed up, and I was a little like that dream screw up you get from a little bit of delirium. I don't know if maybe I had like food poisoning or something like that. WJ, you have a fantastic night, man. Hope to see you again soon. Is Google Chrome having issues? 2-year-old daughter killing your painting time. Yeah, responsibilities will do that. You know, hey, Data Nerd, good to see you. We're the Gamers, hello from deep in Games Workshop territory, catching you for a bit while I'm at work before a CX walks in. Well, it's always a pleasure to see you as well, We're the Gamers. We're going to be working on your One Brush to Rule Them All challenge tonight, getting started with Eomer and Firefoot from Games Workshop. I think that this might be the first fantasy model that I've painted on stream. I don't think I did any fantasy models last year. Let me grab I need to clean my glasses real quick. Oh. Yeah, there were a couple of funny days there, and then there was last night, which, and this is not a subject that I'm interested in going into any depth on, because I'm sure that we're all kind of reeling from it, but for those of us in the United States, we had a very interesting day yesterday, and in a surprise twist that I would have called you a fucking liar if you had told me when I was a younger man, I was up until like 3 a.m. watching C-SPAN. That was weird. I'd be like, why do you watch C-SPAN at all? Well, let me tell you, man. Let me tell you, that shit you think is so boring is about to get real weird for a while. Ugh. But yeah, I don't think I've painted any fantasy. Yeah, that's a word for it. I'm being as diplomatic as I can be in this particular forum, because this is not the place for the discussion. Let me assure you that on a more personal level, on a more individual level, I am screaming inside at many of the latest developments and events. Just, oh my God, my good God. E. Staley's gifting a sub over to Scrabs. 10. E. Staley's, thank you so much for that gift sub, man. Oh man. Hey, Ren Momo, good to see you. Hey, Hamburg Tech. Always a pleasure to see you, Hamburg. You having a good day? I hope so. I hope everybody is having an okay day. It's so easy for today to be shitty for people that I am hoping each and every one of you fine folks are having at least a reasonable day. Just a nothing day would be fine. Yeah, like... Yeah, Sumitha. Wow. Got thrown up on, so it's a mixed bag today. I'd rather be thrown up on than throw up. Like, that's a strange sort of thing to ever have to compare, I feel like. Because ultimately I'd rather do neither. But if I'm being forced to choose, I feel like being thrown up on is still better than actually throwing up, which is a mildly traumatic experience. Well, I'm glad to hear that that you're getting some help, Data Nerd. Does okay, serious question, Data Nerd, because you've done it. You're talking about having it done now. Does acupuncture, like, work? And I know this seems like a strange question, because it's a very, very common practice, and people do it all over the place, so the assumption is, well, it must do something. But, like, I'm not clear if it's psychosomatic, or if it's, like, an actual physiological thing. I've never had it done. I've never known anybody... Okay, that's a lie. I've probably known people who had it done, but I didn't know that I knew people who had it done, if that makes sense. That's true, Sumitha. Thankfully, I do not. Thankfully, I have never been inclined to throw up because somebody else has. I just kind of go, oh, look, that's some puke, and it's gross. Saw the cat you're getting in about a month. Blondish, yellow, floofy, and poofy kitty. Oh, I always like hearing about a new kitty cat. So yeah, we're going to be doing some work tonight. Let me go ahead and switch my screen over right quick. We're going to be doing a little bit of... Hey, my camera's working. Ain't that amazing? We're going to be doing a little bit of work tonight on Eomer and Firefoot from Games Workshop. This is going to be for our One Brush to Rule Them All challenge, for which I have decided, because Game Envy's shipment that they sent to me December 14th last updated its tracking December 26th and has no update since then, so I'm like, I've put in a complaint with the post office, and I sent a message over to Game Envy that was like, hey guys, please, like, correct this or send me some new brushes or something. I'm going to be using my Artist Opus Sable brush size 1 as my one brush to rule them all. I have not used this brush, I think, at all yet. I've used my other Artist Opus size 0. So this is size up from what I generally do. And I know, I'm doing easy mode here, going with a size 1 round. But it's larger than I usually do, and I'm trying to graduate up. So maybe over the course of the year, you'll see me moving from 1 to 2 to, who knows, maybe I'll even make it to 3. So that's going to be our one brush to work on Eomer and Firefoot. I might have a couple other steps also, working on some other stuff today. I did up just a... Oh, here. So I don't know how many of you watch the Lord of the Rings movies as extensively as I do, or who have noted funny stuff like this, but in the scene where the three hunters encounter Eomer riding with the Rohirrim away from Rohan in exile, at the very last moment when Eomer tells them, you know, do not trust to hope, it has forsaken these lands, and he takes off riding, you can see, because he jumps up onto his horse and his sword comes part way out of his scabbard, and then as he starts to ride, you can see his sword fall completely out of his scabbard. It just falls out and hits the ground, and they're like, just don't pay any attention to it. It's just this little brief moment. It's a couple of frames, really. But noting that his sword sheath is empty on his riding form, I took the sword that was an option for him to have in his hand, which you can't really see because it's black against black there. And I trimmed off the hand, and I'm going to put it down here on the base as if it has fallen out of his scabbard. I left a little spot for it where it could be glued pretty well, but I'm keeping that separate for the moment. I did similarly with the extra helmet that you get for his on-foot form, and I sort of carved his face out of it, and I put it on the base amongst the basing materials, because I like doing like he has his helmet on when he's on horse and his helmet off when he's off, mostly because that's how I also did Theoden. I put his helmet down on his base for his on-foot version, so we're repeating that here with Eomer, but I think I got his face pretty well taken out of this, so it looks like an empty helm. Had already had someone send in a finished model. Bunch of fucking overachievers. Overachievers in this chat. Also painting 8 Mandalorians, 3 done, 10 Gaslands car, 1 done, 4 almost done, and a Fox 3D printed statue. Why? For a friend who just made partner requirements the other day. Well, congratulations to your friend, Ren, and I'm glad to hear that you're working so prolifically right now. Got a painting lesson walking in, catch you in about an hour. If anyone has any questions, quick, the person taking the painting lesson, don't listen. He's gonna try to get you to use oil paints. Just ignore him. Just use acrylics. Whatever you do, don't listen. No, man, good luck with that. I don't really have any specific questions, Data Nerd. I haven't really looked into it at all. I'm just sort of like casually like, this is like actually have an effect, acupuncture? What kind of things can it relieve? Because I am a ball of little pains and twinges and busted joints and muscle spasms most of the time. And it would probably behoove me at this point in my life in my early 30s to get on that. Because I feel like if I don't get on that, then by the time I hit my early 40s, I'm gonna be real sorry. I'm reaching the point now where the elasticity is really like drying up. You know, the joints are getting crispy. Ugh. I gotta start taking care of myself. I'm not a kid anymore. Every Mandalorian a different color scheme. Bold. Bold, Ren. You know what helps with joint issues? I don't know. The other thing I might do a little bit of work on today is just dry brushing up these Marvel Crisis Protocol bases. I did up all the bases for my Marvel Crisis Protocol core set, including Venom and Green Goblin. And I'm just going to dry brush and detail all of these at the same time. And then as I paint the models, glue them down to the bases. I added a bunch of... If you guys saw the last round of them that I did, they were just plain. I've added a bunch of extra debris and grit and stuff to these. I think they'll have a little bit more interest for this second round. And I got Green Goblin and Venom done up, and then I got Ant-Man and the Wasp in the mail, so I'm going to have a lot of Marvel figures to paint coming up here. Some really cool ones, though. I'm going to be doing Thor and Valkyrie. I'm going to be doing the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow, and Hawkeye, and then I'm also going to be doing, I got Ant-Man and the Wasp. Like, we got a bunch of cool team-ups we're going to be painting. It doesn't, though, Roland. It doesn't. I don't believe that. I believe you to be mistaken. So I'm going to try to match... I painted this guy almost a year ago. This is Theoden on Snowmane. And I used true metallic metals for him, which means that for Eomer, I'm also going to be using true metallic metals. You know, I've been kind of leaning against that recently, but I would like to keep these guys, you know, fairly within the same color scheme, within the same methods, for the most part. The thing that's going to be most challenging about using the one brush is doing the, I did dry brushing on the base materials down here. I think we can achieve a similar effect without actually doing dry brushing. But then we're going to have Theoden and Eomer, and as of yesterday, I have Eowyn and Mary on their way, so we'll be able to have like a full Rohan force with all the heroes here pretty soon. I like the Middle-earth strategy battle game, you guys. I don't know if you guys have played it. It's one of the most easy-to-play fantasy battle games I've done in a while. I like the way the combat system works, because two models are engaged in combat, and they roll to see who wins the combat. It's not just like, I hit you, you hit me, we both take damage. It's like, we're in combat, we roll to see who takes the advantage. Whoever takes the advantage then gets to deal damage. So you can be engaged in melee combat and not take any damage by just overpowering the enemy over and over again, which gives heroes a really, really cool dynamic. And I mostly play with Rohan, so I really have gotten a feel for and enjoy the way cavalry rules work against infantry, hitting lines of infantry and physically knocking them back. Unless, of course, they're heavily reinforced with spears, which, that makes sense. Spears and pikes. Arkudaki, how you doing tonight, man? Mother's been on gelatin supplements for a year and our arthritis is doing better. Alright, I'll give you that there might be something to that in a very oblique fashion, but I ain't eating no Jello, Roland. No Jello. Damn it, Dernhelm is a lady! Oh my god, that scene. They give a nod in that scene. They give a nod to the real reason that the Witch King was vulnerable. It's very quick. You can be forgiven for missing it if you're not paying attention, but they have, Mary with his little dagger. He comes up and he stabs the Witch King in the back of the leg, and it like shoots some light out, and it messes up Mary's hand when he does it. But as far as I remember, and feel free to correct me because it has been years since I've actually, I read the Silmarillion more recently than I read the Lord of the Rings. And actually, come to think of it, I should probably give the Lord of the Rings another read-through. But, as I recall, it was that dagger that made the Witch King truly vulnerable to when Dernhelm / Eowyn then stabs him in the face. Rather than the, I am no man, which, it's a cute moment. I'm gonna wind up having to do a new Witch King here pretty soon, because the last time I did the Witch King, I was not able to 3D sculpt or print. And I feel like, considering I sculpted most of him out of green stuff, I can totally do a better job. He's in that pose, the pose when the Fell Beast goes down, and the Witch King stands up, and he sort of turns around, and he raises his sword in one hand, and in his other hand he raises his flail, which is like a fucking ship's anchor. It's like the size of a human torso, and he lifts it off the ground, and he has this pose like, come at me. Come at me, bro. Let's do this thing. I love that pose. I just love that moment with the dying fell beast, like its wings sort of curled around him. It's such a dramatic moment. Unable to watch those movies ever again, Roland. I'm unable to watch the theatrical cuts of those movies ever again because the extended cuts are so much better. Atlas Win, a machine god. I'm really okay. Maybe you guys can help me with this one. I'm really kind of stuck on how I want to do this Atlas's paint job, which is in tandem with the fact that I need to get started on my one brush to rule them all challenges will stop me from doing it today. But we might be able to dig into it Sunday. Sumitha's going to be after the Atlas Sumitha. I've gotten some inspiration pictures from Papa Bear. But I don't know, they're not clicking for me yet. I'm not entirely sure how I want to divide the colors up on the hull. It's orange and purple. And I'm like, it would be easy to just do a division, diagonally across the mech, but I would just be sort of repeating the paint job that I'd done on other Storm Chasers, and I'm trying not to repeat too much. So it's like the more of them I do, the more I narrow my options. I do want to get him done soon, and then yeah, we'll lay into the Sumitha, who I have over here. Looking pretty nice overall. Now the Sumitha, at least I know what paint job I'm going with. I'm going to do the Dreadnought Battle Core on this guy, so I mean technically I guess I could start him. I could start him sooner. But he's on the list. He is on the list. The list that changes and sometimes doesn't move for months at a time. Oh God, save me from my own lack of scheduling. Alright, so I think the trickiest part of this figure is going to be painting Firefoot. He is a dappled gray stallion. And I've been arguing with myself a little bit how I want to approach that. I think I'm going to sort of lay in some warm whites real gently over my zenithal coat here, and then I'm going to come in and I'm going to start to darken it down to leave the dappled spots. And I'm going to go with a warm white and then kind of a cool gray over top of that, so you get a nice contrast in the dappled spots. And then he's going to have a mostly white face, white fringes down around his hooves, some white patterning kind of on his flanks here, and the rest of him is going to be sort of dark gray. I'm with my brush. With my brush is how I'm going to do it. What's the colors again? I need a Sumitha. Yeah, okay. So, Sumitha, do me a favor, Sumitha. Ping me right now on Discord about the Sumitha files, so that I don't forget to send those separated ones over to you, because you should be the one to distribute those if you want to. I thought about using a sponge. I don't know if using a sponge, I think where the gamers took off. I don't know if using a sponge violates the one brush challenge, but I'm just going to assume that it does. Finishing my coffee here right quick. We'll get started. Your dad was a huge Tolkien fan and scholar. Bonded a lot with those books, and it's been hard to watch those movies since he died. So do you feel that the movies don't do the books justice, Roland? I'm a both guy. I'm a book guy, I'm a movie guy. I personally like, it's just because of the personal connection that you have with the story. That's understandable. It's a very, very emotional story, particularly if you've read the books and you really are connected with these characters. Eomer is a big one for me. Eomer is one of my favorite characters in the books. He is a deep-feeling man of war who is also a family man, and the family interactions between Éowyn, Theoden, and Eomer are, and for that matter, Theodred, for the brief time that he's even in the books, are very, very touching. Rifcan coming in hot with that sub on the 2-month streak. Rifcan, thank you so much for your support, man. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're up to painting something. Or if not, you can help me paint something. All right, let's get started. Got my wet palette, which I haven't changed since last time, but I had a lot of space left over, as I recall. Yeah, I should be good. I should be good for at least most of this paint job. I'm going to freshen it up with a little bit of water. Alright, I am going to start off by just drizzling some Vallejo smoke over the dirt on the base, just to get that shading in, and to contemplate how I'm going to highlight the dirt. Excuse me. Painting, getting some values sketched in on a one-and-done Reaper, and eating chips. Eating chips. Hell yeah, man. I like eating chips. I just downed a bunch of hummus before I came on stream. I was like, I'm gonna have like a little bit of hummus on some tortilla chips, and that just turned into, I'm gonna eat this entire bowl of hummus. I like that garbanzo paste, man. It's good stuff. I love Vallejo smoke for dirt, for leather. It just has such a unique kind of oily quality to it, and it is so easy to thin. It turns into a wash or a glaze with almost no effort. Let's go ahead and refocus here. I'm keeping it kind of thin here because I'm hoping it does some of my shading for me. And of course I'm using a number 1, so I'm having to apply it in fairly small amounts, but that's okay. This is the limitation I brought on myself. I'm really, I don't want to say I'm glad to hear that you can't watch Lord of the Rings because it's like too painful for you, Roland. But what I want to say is I'm glad that you do have such a powerful and emotional connection with your father through a piece of art that is as important to me as that one is. I'm sad that it renders you somewhat unable to watch it because it is an enriching experience.
If you enter the box, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
You don't want to be in the box. But at the same time, and I'm just happy I hear anytime someone has a strong emotional connection to Tolkien's work. And I hope that one day you're able to sort of come back to it and enjoy it all over again in all of its forms, and remember the best of times through it rather than pine over what we've lost. It's hard to do. It's very, very hard to do when we have connections like that. Now, there's going to be a lot of tufts going on this base too, so I'm not too worried about it being perfect. This is a grit that I mixed up myself out of some a few different types of dirt, and some crushed up slate ballast that is normally used for model railroading. I kind of covered his hooves a little bit. I didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. We can just say it's a little muddy out. It's a little muddy on the fields of Pelennor. Do you know they make desert hummus? I'm assuming you mean dessert hummus. You have to eat the whole thing of hummus. That's the only way. I'm damn glad to hear I'm not the only person. I'm not the only person who does or who thinks that. Hummus is good. There's such a thing as bad hummus. I like a lot of garlic in my hummus, and I like it kind of spicy. When I was learning Arabic, we had a number of Lebanese teachers. I learned a lot of Lebanese dialect, which was interesting, but a lot of what we got from our instructors was foods of the various regions, and the Lebanese version of hummus was spicy. So spicy, and I just fell in love with that stuff, man. Kind of, like, burn the inside of your mouth a little bit. That's the business. Datron Voltari, good to see ya. Hey, Project Dark Fox. I hope you're feeling better. As a kid, your dad would read you chapters from the books as bedtime stories. Oh, that's so perfect. Like, that's where Lord of the Rings was born. Is with a father reading bedtime stories to his children. Like, I can't think of a more appropriate use for those tales. That's beautiful, is what that is. Hope everyone's okay, because you're not. I want to bash skulls. Don't bash any skulls, Project Dark Fox. Or at least if you do, make sure that nobody's using them at the time. You know? Who makes this game? Mikey Mike. This is Lord of the Rings, or rather Middle-earth strategy battle game, which is made by Games Workshop. The same people who make, Warhammer 40k and most of the other war games you may have heard of. Don't commit any random acts of violence, Dark Fox. Come on, let's not do that. That's not good for anyone. So I'm gonna be kind of coming in and putting down my dark colors over my light colors. So I'm gonna use, I'm going to use the zenithal highlight I've got here along with a little bit of Army Painter soft tone, and I'm just going to wash the soft tone over the horse's fur to give it that warmth, and then come in and detail over top of that. Thank you so much for that follow, Madel1609. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Have these aggressors I need to paint, but they give me anxiety. It was so hard to put them together in mold lines, yada yada yada. Rifcan, I know that this is not the most helpful. This is like akin to Yoda in fucking episode 3 going, you must train yourself to let go of everything that you fear to lose. Like, how is that helpful advice? I know that I fear to lose it. How the I already fear to let it go. Damn you, Yoda. But don't let yourself feel anxiety over painting models, man. Now, that can be helped, admittedly, by 3D printing when you're not spending as much money on the individual figures. And I understand that they're expensive models, but just remember this, Rifcan. You can, like styrene plastic, you can strip the paint off of it and start again. If you really, really don't like what you've done, you can start again. Don't let anxiety keep you from painting. What's the worst thing that can happen? Ask yourself, what is the real worst case scenario? The actual for serious worst case scenario, if you don't paint it exactly right the first time. You strip it, you try again, and you know what? That's just not that bad. And I'll bet you that if you let go of that fear a little bit and you just go for it. Just go for it. Trust your feelings. You're gonna like the paint job when you're done. If only because you're the one who did it. Sometimes that's all you need. Are you having some problems, Datron? Sorry to hear that. Lord of the Rings and Star Wars inform much of pre-teenage Roland's concepts of honor, duty, and loyalty. Roland, yeah, sames, bro. Sames. How you doing, Maddle? Is it Madel? Maddle? I don't know. It's one of those two. I'm probably gonna switch back and forth. Well, you know, Rifcan, I'm always happy to repeat the same old shit that I keep saying. I'm nothing if not repetitive. Electrical cleaner works the best to strip paint off. There are a number of best options that people will swear by. But the point being that there are a number of options, all of which will work. Styrene is fairly resilient. Don't use acetone, for the love of God. But you can get away with, like, oven cleaner and stuff like that. Some of them, anyway. This is me mostly just trying to make sure that my shadows stay warm over this zenithal before I come in and start putting down any actual colors. I'm still going to build the whites up a little bit. I don't know how this horse is going to turn out. I don't do a lot of fur. I don't do a lot of organic surfaces. You guys know me, I'm mostly painting like armor and shit like that, so... Painting horses is not something I'm great at, but it's something I need more practice in. So, we might as well do that. Yeah, get your relaxation on, Project Dark Fox. Just chill, brother. Ain't nothing going on. We're just painting some models. It is a very, very nice mini riff can. This is like, okay, Games Workshop, I criticize a lot of what they do. If you're on the stream regularly, you know that. I have negative opinions about Games Workshop as a company in many respects. But I always try to give credit where credit is due. And one place that credit is absolutely due is the Games Workshop makes fantastic models. Models with painters in mind. They make really, really, really nice ones. And a lot of the figures that they've had for Lord of the Rings have been fairly old. Old sculpts, old medals. And recently, they've been releasing some new supplements and some new models to go along with those new supplements. I have the old Eomer, and I laid off painting him because the model was just so janky and old. I was like, the sculpt kind of sucks. Maybe I could find another Eomer. And then recently, it's been months now, but fairly recently, they released this new Eomer on Firefoot. And it is a lovely, lovely model. And I've been looking forward to painting it for a while. I also have Eowyn/Dernhelm and Mary on, I don't remember the horse that they took. I know the horse had a name, but I don't remember the name of the horse. But, you know, Eomer's sister. And once we get her painted, then we will have Theoden and his nephew and his niece. I think the only one who isn't probably getting a sculpt is Theodred, because he wasn't really in the story. He sort of dies at the beginning of when we meet the royal family of Rohan in the books. I mean, he doesn't die immediately, he lingers for a while. It's a sad story, really. Oh, you said... well, I didn't, but I don't remember the second one that I said. Madel? I'm gonna assume I said Madel. And we're gonna go with that. For some reason, GW is the work I'm not happy with. It must be that I get in my own head before I start, because I love my own work on one and dones. It's definitely you getting in your own head, because if you're painting it all, you're doing better and you're making progress. Anything painted is better than not painting at all. Anything. Dr. Rhino has arrived. Dr. Rhino, how we doing today? Have I got... Project Dark Fox, are you here? Would you mind giving me a shout out for Dr. Rhino, if you are? I'd appreciate that. Dr. Rhino, an excellent streamer, somebody you should definitely go give a follow, if you get a chance. Printed a Nazgul and Sauron. The models are great. Where did you get the files to print from, Adele? Are you getting the files from The Printing Goes Ever On? Because I kind of want reviews of those files. I see them working, I see them making stuff, but I haven't picked up any of their work yet. You went to high school with an Eowyn and an Eomer. Oh man, their parents were fucking nerds. Oof. No idea what the BT plastics are, but Citrus glowed, so they are, I'm fairly sure, maybe someone could correct me, but I'm fairly sure that the Battletech plastics are a stiff, high-density PVC plastic. Which can get a little sticky depending on what thinner or what paint stripper you're using, so you do want to be kind of careful with those. Now, in the movies, I don't remember Firefoot having any barding. This here, this armor, so I'm gonna go with kind of what I did on Snowmane's, which is gonna involve a little bit more Vallejo smoke washed over it as a base. Hey, Colonel Matthew Steiner, how you doing, man? How are things? I also don't remember what color Eomer's shield was, so I'm going to leave that alone for right now. Get in my base brown on these leathery bits anyway. I'm going to go with a slightly different brown for his leather boots and whatnot, but I'll use this for the tack. Probably do those up in a gold, so a brown base will work just fine. Can I share a pic of work-in-progress Sauron? So, Madel, we have a thing that we do on this stream. We strongly encourage sharing. But where I would like you to do it, if you're interested, is in a bit that we call the Storm Report that we do at the end of every single stream, where we really do want to see what you're working on at any given time, and all you have to do to share it with us is jump on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the channel marked The Storm Report, and post a couple of pictures. And at the end of the stream, we will be going over to that and taking a look at what everybody has posted and talking about it for a little bit. So if you feel like posting a work-in-progress Sauron over there, I would love to see it.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. And please don't show me your
genitals. Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Just don't do it. For the love of God. We are on the internet, and I do have to tell people that. It keeps me out of the fire, you know? Hey, Ion Raptor, how you doing? Eomer and Camo. Urban Camo. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. The jokes. With the Carl Urban jokes. Oh, God. Now, most of the leather on Eomer is red. Now, Eomer has... This is tricky on this model because of the way the costumes were built. Eomer's armor is steel plate, and over that steel plate are laid complex red leather designs. So the underneath part is shiny silver, and the raised part is red leather. And as you can see, the portions, it's very fine. So this is going to be interesting to do. Argue myself with it about how I'm going to do it a little bit. I think I'm going to go ahead and use some more Vallejo smoke on his mail, because Eomer wore a sort of a golden bronze mail over silver scales. So I'm going to use this as my base, and then I'm going to come in with some metallics on the mail. This is not going to be my most vibrant paint job, because I am attempting to, replicate a Hollywood costume that, when viewed from a distance, winds up being a little muddy. But we can get something close. Anyway, and I think I'm going to do this here too, because this is going to wind up being like brass, I believe. And that's going to do well with a brown base. red leather for the scabbard and brown for the strapping. Again, using smoke because it has just a little bit of kind of a ruddy shadow to it. Now the saddle, I want to do more in Rohan colors, so I'm thinking green and yellow for that. I might as well pull out a base green and do that since it's a deep, deep detail. Nice vibrant green. Well, Rohan has kind of a forest green to it, doesn't it? Yeah, this will be a good base. And thank you so much for that shout out, Project Dark Fox. Yeah, you have fun, Ren. Go ahead and do some lurking. Thanks for being here. It's always good to see you. Exhausted after work. Take a load off, man. Take a nap. Can someone tell me what color Eomer's shield was? Part of me wants to say it's red, another part of me wants to say it's green. And, I mean, I could look it up, but I don't want to right now. I'd like it if someone could just confirm or deny one or the other for me. That would be ideal. Think it's green? I think it's green too. What's up, Robosh? How you doing? Green with red scroll work. So green wood, and then this raised star is in red, and then what is the boss? Is that silver or gold? The raised portion in the center of a round shield, by the way, would be known as the shield boss. Oh, you got a picture. You just posted a picture. I'll take a look. Hang on. Hey, that's close enough for me. It looks like a silver boss with Latin inlay for the sunburst. That matches up with the rest of Rohan's iconography, so I'm fine with that. So with that in mind, I'll thin down this green a little bit more and lay this down as my base for the shield. Now, these Lord of the Rings models, these Middle-earth strategy battle game models, are a good example of what I mean when I talk about heroic scale, because these are done in a much more realistic scale than the other stuff by Games Workshop. When you buy things in the 40K line, those are very much in heroic scale, where the proportions are highly exaggerated. When you buy their Middle-earth strategy battle game line, they're in a much more realistic scale with themselves. Like, Eomer's head is not oversized, his weapons are not oversized, his hands and feet aren't oversized. They're much more properly scaled with the rest of the figure. And as a result, a lot of the details wind up being much finer. There's nothing wrong with it, but it is slightly less dramatic in appearance. And most of the Rohan shields are done in green. Some of them are done in red, but most of them are done in green. And then we'll detail that up a little bit. Alright, so we're going to use some true metallic paints here in just a minute. Haven't done that in a little while. I'm going to apply some Army Painter Dark Tone to those areas first, just to darken them up, because silver paint tends to go easier over dark gray to black. In the same way that gold paint tends to go better over dark browns or yellows. And again, on the scales here. So I'm going to do all the scales in silver and all the mail in brass or bronze. Like so. I'm going to go ahead and apply a little bit more Vallejo smoke here. It's a very, very versatile bottle over the areas that I'm going to paint up as fabric gold. Hang on, I've got a picture of Firefoot here I want to use as reference. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and put a little bit of this over here because it looks like this is going to be mostly leather with some brass detailing on Firefoot. I'll do this in brass and that in steel. Since it's gonna be brass, well, his armor is not very ornate. I'm wondering if I want to play with that a little bit or keep it more or less how it is. I think I'll just do all the metal parts of his facial barding in steel, and then the leather in my smoke brown base. I think that's the best move. I think that's the best move. And then a little bit more here. And I'll bring this up to a gold. Not the most exciting color palette on the Rohirrim. Green, gold, some dirty brass. It's pretty much what they're usually sporting. What is your favorite Lord of the Rings character you've painted / want to paint? Of the ones I have painted, I really quite enjoyed painting the Witch King on Fellbeast. I thought that particular paint job was a whole lot of fun. And as far as wanting to paint goes, I'm very, very much looking forward to getting Eowyn and Merry, the Dernhelm set. They are a fantastic pairing in the books and in the films. And they have really, really nice sculpts, and I'm looking forward to painting them. I haven't painted any of the wizards yet. I have not done Gandalf, I have not done Saruman, and they're both available. I think Gandalf got new sculpts, as a matter of fact. I don't think Saruman did. I think Saruman is still an old sculpt. We'll get to that eventually. But the new sculpts they're doing are very, very nice. Ooh, actually, you know what? I take that back. My favorite that I've painted, and it's weird because he's so much lesser than the Witch King, but I really had fun with Guritz. Guritz was a good paint job. You know Guritz, he's the orc lieutenant from Pelennor who had the, like, human skull stapled to the top of his head, so he had, like, 2 heads. It was ridiculous. But he came out really nice. I liked painting Gothmog, but he was one of the old sculpts, and it was hard to get too into it as a result. He had some rough resin casting issues. I had to do some repair work on him. I would love it if they would release a new version of Gothmog riding a warg. I would be very into painting that. Good old tumor face. One day I'll paint a Mumakil, but I don't know when that's gonna happen. Lay a little bit of soft tone on the crest of Eomer's helmet because I'm gonna build this out to kind of a straw coloration, and I think this is a good base for that. I'm going to try to differentiate the color of the helmet crest from his hair, because he has like a straw-colored horsehair helmet crest, and then he has blonde hair. So they're very easy to sort of lose in one another. I'm going to try to keep this kind of desaturated, then I'm going to go much more saturated for his blonde hair. Which you can only see, there's a little bit of it peeking out there. There's a little, no, is that his hair? Yeah, there's a little bit of hair peeking out here and on the other side, but mostly it's his horsehair crest. They're very, very nice minis, the Lord of the Rings minis, the Middle-earth strategy battle game minis. I can't talk today. Middle-earth strategy battle game, that's a bit of a mouthful. Just everything that's going to turn gold or brass is getting the same smoke treatment. It's going to go much easier. I wanted to do a little bit of this dark tone over here where I didn't get it before. Alright, I'll do a little bit of metallic work that I have not done in a while. Pull out my Vallejo Model Air gunmetal. Sure that gets a good shake. I have not used this. I have not used true metallic metal paints for a few months now, which is kind of interesting. Give it just a touch of thinning. For metallics, I really do like Vallejo Model Air more than almost any other brand. They have a really, really great coverage. And they thin very easily. They're already fairly thin because they're formulated for airbrushes, but even so, I tend to thin them a bit more. I don't want to go too crazy. Well, you know, I'm learning. I'm learning how to do non-metallic metal, so... Alright. how much this is going to pay off. The bits here are so small. But I'm going to lay the metallic in to these recesses and then probably give them some black wash. It's barely going to show when I'm done because his armor is going to be mostly red. But there might be a couple spots where it shows through decently. And I'm going to go ahead and just try kind of lightly applying our silver color to the scales here. It's too thin. It wants to run into the crevices there. Working on some forces for your hard war games. How I haven't looked at that rule set yet, but I've heard good things about it. And that's the thing, Iron Raptor. You gotta. It's a technique that just takes practice, because it's the kind of thing where you can't really see what it is you're doing until you've been doing it for a while. And then eventually, the places where placement of highlights with non-metallic metal is of vital importance if you want it to look good at all. And you just kind of have to teach yourself over time where the highlights are going to look best. I say that like I know what I'm doing. I don't. I'm still very much making it up with NMM. Now, it can make your true metallic metals better. Because if you place your highlights in the same places using true metallic metals, you can still get a very dramatic effect. Probably make these rings brass to give a little bit more interest along the length of the spear. Or actually, if I go ahead and I'm just going to apply my basic smoke brown base coat to the haft of the spear and then build it up to more of a yellow wood coloration. But if I do this and then do silver detailing on it, that'll pop out better. Hey, Nanotanks, good to see you. I mean, to be fair, you know, practice is the key for pretty much everything. If you're not good at it, do it a bunch. Do it a whole bunch of times, get it wrong plenty. And eventually you'll be done getting it wrong. And you'll wonder how you ever didn't see it before. Strato licensed it from Osprey Games. Horizon Wars was a mini-agnostic game. So, did Horizon Wars turn into Hard War? Because I'm familiar with Horizon Wars, but I thought it was still a separate thing. Hard War is a setting for Horizon Wars. Okay, yeah, see how much I know? Not much. I thought it was a completely unique system, but I fully confess I haven't been paying much attention. I'm going to brighten all these scales up. I'm just starting them with gunmetal for their base. just kind of using the texture of the scales to do. This is not dry brushing, obviously, because the paint is not dry, but I'm just sort of going over the scale texture with the edge of the brush so that it picks up the raised parts and leaves the lower parts where I've shaded real dark. This is the theory, anyway. Do it pretty heavy with gunmetal, and then do it lighter with silver, and it should help the texture to pop out real nice. There we go. Malpractice makes mal-perfect. Siestinator Rio, how you doing today, man? Hope you're having a great day. I'm in a fairly somber mood today. You might notice I'm not as boisterous as I often am. But you know, it's a weird time right now. Good time to just kind of take it easy and relax and get a little painting done while everybody figures shit out. We are coming up real fast on the 100th painting stream, also on the 1-year streamiversary. That is going to be on January 20th. We're going to have a number of giveaways on the 20th. That is a day you are going to want to be here if you are into Battletech and 3D printing. We're going to have an Ender 3 being given away. We're going to have a Borealis dropship given away. We may have some gift cards for Steel Warrior Studios being given away. It is going to be a hell of a day. It's also going to be our celebration of our 100th painting stream, which just happened to coincide. Fair to note that the Ender 3 giveaway will be for subscribers only. It is a hefty giveaway. But we'll have some stuff for non-subscribers too, don't you even worry. Yeah, I know what you mean, Data Nerd. A lot of us are just kind of like, well, you know, here we are. Ooh. That's a decent base silver for the scales. Let me see if I can't get a decent base bronze on my mail now that the smoke has mostly dried. Oh, what to use? It's been a while since I've done true metallics. I've got a nice copper tone here, though. Somebody's got to win at Roland, and if you're here, there's a damn good chance that it'll be you. Well, this is some of the Reaper Master Series metallics. I haven't used many of, but I like this this copper color. It's very reddish. Let's see how it goes down. How do we enter the giveaway? Tubby Lumpkins, when it comes time for the giveaway, there will be, if you're here in the stream, it'll be a command that you enter. And as long as you are a subscriber, you will be entered into a drawing to win it, along with several other things. Again, we will also have a giveaway for non-subscribers. It will not include the Ender 3, but it will likely include some gift cards and discount codes for Steel Warrior Studios, where you can get Battletech terrain and miniatures and all kinds of fun stuff. Oh yeah, I like this copper. want to highlight it a little bit with some gold, but this is a nice base tone for the metallics. And that will be on January 20th, Tubby Lumpkins, which will be our 1-year streamiversary. I will have been streaming for precisely 1 year, which still kind of blows my mind. This year has passed simultaneously so slowly and so quickly. It's been a little bit surreal. Well, thank you so much, Tubby Lumpkins. Yeah, and it's been fun. When I started, I wasn't even sure that we were going to keep going. People who were here in the beginning will remember I was always saying stuff about, like, oh, if we keep streaming, if I go with this for more than a couple months, and then all of a sudden we're at 12, and I'm not tired of it yet. Far from it. I have found streaming here on Twitch and with this community to be incredibly enriching. And this is part of the reason I picked this model. I picked this model for a few reasons for doing this one brush to rule them all challenge. First, because Greg had to go and call it one brush to rule them all and invoke the Lord of the Rings nerd in me, so I was like, fucking Eomer, let's paint him. And second, because Eomer has a lot of textured plastic on him, and he is actually a great model to use for dry brushing. So I thought doing a model that I would normally do a lot of dry brushing on, but doing it with just a regular brush would be an interesting exercise, and so far it has been. Hoping one day I'll be where you're at with viewers averaging 2.5, right? Dude, it's always rough in the beginning. Ion Raptor. Let me tell you something though, dude. 2.5 for as long as you've been streaming is not bad. Part of, like, you should really look at the statistics for streamers on, like, Twitch Tracker sometime. There are millions of people who stream to Twitch. Millions. And hundreds of thousands of them are lost in the phantom zone of 0 to 1 average viewers. So 2.5 is pretty good. Some people take years to get affiliated. I don't think that's going to happen to you, Ion Raptor. I don't think that's going to happen to you at all. You have fantastic content. And yeah, you keep going, man. It's going to... See, the thing is, you're going to hit acceleration points, too. Where it's like nothing for a long time, and then 1 month it's going to be like wham, 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 holy shit, lots of follows, lots of views. Keep plugging away, though, man. You do fucking awesome work. And, keep refining your style. I got a lot of viewers very early on, and as a result, throughout a lot of my early viewership, I was still trying to figure out, like, how to use OBS, how to create overlays, how to do basically anything, and it was awkward for me. And it was in a weird position where I'm like, I'm thankful for the viewership, but I also kind of wish there were fewer people to see me fucking, like, messing things up and figuring it out, if that makes sense? So there's some value to it. But you've got a great niche, Ion Raptor. There are not that many people doing 3D modeling and sculpting on Twitch, but what there are a whole lot of people who've just recently gotten 3D printers and recently discovered 3D modeling and have an interest in it. So I think your viewership is going to blow up if you give it some time. I have been incredibly fortunate this year as far as the number of fantastic people who have come out to join the community, the number of amazing painters who have showed up not just here on the Twitch stream, but on my Discord. Like, I have been incredibly fortunate. This is actually working out pretty well. I'm liking this method of doing the mail and the scales. This sort of light edge brush. Should have been a 12-inch paint roller. Shipped me to paint the Gundam in Tokyo Plaza. I would have done it up as first Free Worlds Guard, too. Oh my god, Ion Raptor. I have the video of my first stream. It's not on YouTube, it's not on VOD, but I have the video of my first stream, and it was... My camera was on a little arm right here where my brush is, pointing straight down, and what I was trying to do was I had my model here, and I was reaching around the camera stand and trying to paint like this, while also trying to crane my head to look around it, and my microphone was like this crappy little... Like, it was bad. It was a bad stream. Hey, Kursala, how you doing today, man? Roland? I wouldn't say that. I would not say that. A rising tide raises all ships, Roland. And you have improved over the course of the year. And enriched us all with your... I mean, maybe not your jello ways, but with just your ways. Your general ways. Some of the jello has been truly atrocious. But not all of it. What I'm doing here is a little bit... It's a lot like dry brushing, the theory of dry brushing. I'm just doing it with a wet paint and with a standard brush. And it actually kind of works better with this thicker metallic. I'm going to darken this down too. It's brighter than I want the final product to be, but I'm going to highlight it up with some gold, and then I'm probably going to wash it again to bring it back down. There's a nice shine to it though. I like these Reaper metallics. Getting under this arm is going to be challenging. Let's see what we can do. But this is why I always do the lowest part of a mini, the deepest details first, is because if I had already painted the breastplate, I would be a little irritated as I got copper all over it. But since I'm doing this part first, and then painting the breastplate, it will be much, much easier. And I don't have to worry about getting paint where I don't want it, because that part hasn't been painted yet. Hello? Amax, what's up? How you doing, girl? First time trying to make things work is always rough, especially if you don't have someone else's exact formula to work from. I was also very fortunate in that a number of streamers very kindly provided me with advice and support in those first few weeks, and I think I did significantly better by being able to go to them and go, hey, here's the problem I have, what, do, and how? And they gave me some pretty good answers. That's also how I learned that a lot of the advice you get from streamers, if you go into their stream and ask live, like, hey man, how do I do this? A lot of the time you get bad advice. And it's not really their fault. It's because they're trying to stream and also come up with advice for you simultaneously, and streaming needs a lot of concentration. How you doing, Amax? It's good to see you. What is that printer printing in the background? So if you're curious about that, you can always hit !STL like Lore Friendly just did, and generally speaking, I will have a link up to wherever the file may be. A lot of the time it's my own file, so you'll wind up with links to Steel Warrior Studios. But sometimes there's other stuff. I am fucking fantastic, Amax, and I'm glad to hear that you are doing well as well. V. Kilroy just jumped into the stream. Is this a model from the strategy battle game? Yes, this is a model from the Middle-earth strategy battle game from Games Workshop. This is the relatively new I say relatively because he did come out like months ago at this point. Eomer and Firefoot, and he comes both as Eomer on Firefoot and Eomer on foot. And we are engaged in the One Brush to Rule Them All challenge issued by We're the Gamers, which is a fairly simple challenge just to paint one model this month using a single brush, which is why I chose a model with a whole lot of texture. Because normally I would use dry brushing for a good number of the steps that I'm doing here, but I'm just trying to do them with a more precise sable. How are things, Amax? I haven't caught you much lately. I haven't been in DLG's stream all that much lately, for that matter. He's been streaming earlier, and man, I like to sleep in. I'm most productive from like midnight to 3 a.m. I've been doing a lot of 3D sculpting the last few days, and not as much painting. Lore Friendly, sorry I missed that. Thank you so much for the sub 4-month streak. Hard to believe, isn't it? Lore Friendly, thank you so much for your support, and thank you so much for being here. Subs, of course, are never expected, never required. I do try to provide you guys with some bonuses and some value for your subscriptions, but more than anything, I am just happy to see you in the chat. I don't spend much time on Twitch these days, but I missed you. Yeah, you know, life sometimes gets in the way of our desire to spend all of our time on the internet nattering about games. I know how that goes. And sometimes you just get bored with it. Sometimes you gotta go do something else. Twitch can't be your whole life, no matter how much I may sometimes wish it were. That's not true. I don't know which Twitch was my whole. That would be hell. That would be awful. Come to think of it. Probably after I hit my, because Amax, I'm going to be hitting my 1-year streamiversary on the 20th of this month, along with my 100th art stream just before that. And there is a very strong chance that once I hit that threshold, I'm going to take like a week off of streaming just to collect my head for 2021 a little bit. Probably no more than a week. I don't want to go that long because this stream keeps me painting. And I mean, that's the most important thing for me, is as long as I keep painting. I don't want to get out of the habit. And this is a great way to keep myself motivated. I'm really not sure how this armor is going to come out in the end. I think I'm just going to use gunmetal for all the lower metal portions and then do all the high parts in like an ox blood red and just kind of see how it comes out. I did similarly on Theoden's armor because Theoden has the same style of armor where it's a steel plate and then it has pieces of leather riveted over top of it. It's a very cool looking armor as a prop, as a costume, and in person. It's a very, very difficult armor to paint accurately in miniature form. The temptation is to do it the opposite way, to inlay red and then do silver on top of it because it stands out more, but that's not how the armor is built. Because you can kind of see. Here, let me pull him up. Haven't painted for over a month. Hobby bench was finished just in time for the basement to flood. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lore Friendly. Haven't been able to replace the floor yet, so the bench is clogged. Oh, it's terrible. That's just terrible. I did hear they're removing PogChamp. Yeah, well, the PogChamp decided to make his bullshit political, which is never a good move. But you can see on Theoden, like, it's difficult to see, but it is bronze beneath with brown over top, because that's how Theoden's armor is in the movies, but it's like, it's hard to realize with details this fine. but I like doing it accurately, so that's what we're doing. Hey, Crossbow Roof, good to see you. We're the gamers. Welcome back. We're making some good progress here. I think most of this paint job is going to ride on what color I use for the red on Eomer's armor. Well, let's do a little metallic highlighting and then probably follow that up with a wash. That's what I'm thinking. Put my gunmetal back. Find myself a metallic gold that I like. Maybe not that high. A metallic silver that I like. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have a mixer. God, here is to a better 2021 for fucking everybody. We could all use a break from the 2020 of it all, am I right? I haven't used this for a while, it's all clogged up. 2020 was a stupid year, you guys. 2021 is gonna be at least partially stupid by, like, guilt by association. But I'm hoping that we seem to have some developments in progress that are going to improve it. Where the hell are my pins? They're over here. In a drawer that I can only access by reaching around my microphone. What a genius idea I had there. I don't know if that pun is intentional lore friendly, but I love it. Hiring your dad to help you do it, so it should be done relatively soon. I'm just going to give you credit for that, whether it's intentional or not. Because it's amazing. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't last too long. I'm hoping that by the time we get to the end of the spring and into the early summer, things will be showing significant signs of improvement. And so far, things look like that. There's a very strong probability of that being the case. There we go. A little bit of silver paint we can work with. Yeah, very much a planned pun. Absolutely intended. No chance at all that it was accidental. No, sir. I don't know what would even give you that idea. That's crazy. There we go. Nice bright silver. Let's do a little bit of... touching up with this. This is a good way to kind of leave some shadows on the metallic parts. Yeah, that's working out nicely. Hee hee hoo hoo. Yeah, that was awful. That was not a good one. Not at all. No, sir. I'm hoping that by the time the world is unfucking itself, they've also got some patches for Cyberpunk 2077 that makes it more playable. Because I would like to finish that game if it would let me at some point. As I think I mentioned before, though, I hit a nasty bug in the third act final quest that stopped me dead as an NPC that I needed to talk to just wasn't there, and I decided, you know what? Let's give this some time. Let's give this a few minutes to find its feet and give them some time to patch some crap out, and then come back to it and see what happens. That's working decently. Aside from gluing Skaven together, not a huge amount of hobby. Planning on selling my Tyranid lot, though. Found a tabletop simulator group for 40k. Playing Nids, I realized it wasn't for me. Yeah, Nids they tend to be a fairly particular playstyle. I don't know, I appreciated when the Warriors were introduced to the Tyranid list that they were sort of meant to give a different overall playstyle to Tyranids to replicate the Space Marine playstyle a little bit. But then, like, they introduced Warriors, and Warriors were cool for a bit, and this was a long time ago, mind you. And then they made them terrible, and they've never made them good again, so it's like, oh, never mind. Never mind. I'll just go back to my Horde armies and my occasional Psychic Death Star. That's pretty nice. I'm gonna wash some Army Painter Dark Tone over that. That quest got fixes with the 1.6. I'm gonna give it a few patches on 2077 before I come back around to it. They announced that they're gonna do some like major AI overhauls, and I really hope that in like 6 months to a year, it's genuinely a good game. But they're gonna have a hard time living down that release. It was rough. Wash a little Dark Tone in here. And you know, they had to release it, they had to do what they did in 2020 when everyone was already like, of course it sucks. Of course it does, because we're in 2020 and nothing can just go right, can it? Played into the confirmation bias. People are going to remember it for a while. That's funny, Roland. I had just, I mean, like, I guess it's not that funny. We've been talking Cyberpunk so much lately, but I had just watched that movie before you posted that. Good old Johnny Mnemonic. I always like Dolph Lundgren's role in that movie. I sometimes forget that it's Dolph Lundgren. Like, I remember the priest, and I forget that that was Dolph. Alright, let's highlight the gold a bit. And then wash it down. Aeon Drummond, good to see ya. How you doing today, man? Found it funny that Keanu nearly died due to using his head as a hard drive in Johnny Mnemonic, and then he's another Johnny living near head in Cyberpunk. Yeah, like, that couldn't... There's no way that was accidental to Squared. There's so many references, and Cyberpunk 2077 is so aware of every single one that it makes. Like, they were joking about that when they decided to make Keanu into Johnny Silverhand, I'm absolutely certain. You're gonna be another Johnny, and you're gonna be stuck in somebody's head this time instead of the other way around. And he's like, whoa. A little bit more Reaper metallic here. Using new gold this time, a paint that I've had for a while but haven't really used much of. It's very, very yellow. I think I'm going to use it sparingly and then do a bit of washing, because this is meant to be more bronzy than gold or brass. I want the edges to be brighter. Yeah, Dolph Lundgren is a very interesting man for how apparently intelligent and educated he is, and then the seemingly brain-dead roles that he often plays. He's a bit of a conundrum, that one. But he's always pretty likable. He's got a screen charisma that has kept his acting career going. And of course, a couple really big roles that people will never forget. Oops. Nope. That's too much. That's too much. Let's pull that out of there. Let that dry. He picks his roles on how much fun he'll have doing them. I would assume that he does. I don't think he's hurting for money. And he does manage to get some pretty damn fun ones. That must be nice as an actor to not be choosing your roles based on your financial situation, but choose them just based on what you feel like doing. That has to be very, very freeing. I mean, that's freeing in any career, to be able to pick and choose what you're working on. But particularly in acting, which is so competitive most of the time. He's no Michael Caine, who will apparently work on anything at all as long as there's a paycheck associated with it. Doesn't even have to be that much of a paycheck, it just has to technically exist. I feel like Michael Caine and Nick Cage are the two biggest, the two most notable will work for literally anything type actors. He was typecast as an action villain, but I get the feeling from the roles that he's done, Mikey Mike, that he enjoys that. Like, he really seems to have fun with those roles. And that's why I mentioned him in Johnny Mnemonic. Like, he seems like he really enjoyed doing that goofy, cybernetic street preacher, murderer, assassin role. And then they bring him into, like, he got brought into It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia to play his Thunder Gun Express role that they cast him in that movie as a, as a joke. After they were doing their, write a movie episode where they wrote him in as a super smart, super ripped scientist who got his nose blown off and then had it surgically replaced and then could smell crime. Nick Cage is the IRS to pay. You're not wrong. Little gunmetal on these rings here. Yeah. Start laying in a little bit of the gold yellows, I think. Starting with heavy ochre. Yeah, that's the big irony, Mikey Mike. He plays just like muscle-bound, brain-dead doofuses a lot of the time, when people are always surprised to be like, Dolph Lundgren has a bunch of degrees? He's like a scientist? Because he has degrees in like chemical engineering and shit. Like, he is so far from a stupid man. Quite clearly, he's very educated in fields that a lot of people don't expect. But they don't expect it because he doesn't play, like, it's, I'm trying to think of an actor who often plays, like, scientific roles that people think of as smart, but just isn't, and I'm not coming up with any good examples. I know there are some. Like, you know, often, what's her name? Gwyneth Paltrow will play characters who aren't totally brain dead, and that's the exact opposite of what she is. That makes a lot of sense, Datron Voltari. Yeah, realizing, like, this chemical engineering thing is not as good for me slamming ass as if I were an action star. I should look into that. Wanted to write a buddy cop movie with Eminem and Morgan Freeman. But with Eminem as the by-the-book beat cop, I would watch that movie. I'm not even gonna lie. And then
When
Morgan
watching
Freeman is like the
Thunderhead
bad
Street,
boy.
You may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
You can't off-camera me when I just slide the model off camera for like a second. You gotta save that for when I'm holding it off camera for an extended period of time. Where the gamers, come on. I mean, you can. I mean, really, you can do whatever you want. But stop it. Ooh, to square, thank you. That is actually a reminder that I need fairly regularly.
Welcome
apparently
back
I
to
can.
50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It's true, though. Thin your paints, ladies and gentlemen. Thin your paints. You'll be happier for it. This gold is going to be nice when I get the final highlight put on it. I really like this smoke to ochre to gold transition. Yeah, Natalie Portman is literally a scientist. Which is what made it all the more shocking that... Like, she's not just a scientist, she's also, like, a really, really good actor. I think that... It's not... Dolph Lundgren is not a bad actor. He's a fine actor. But it's almost like his acting is more of a meme. He's no, I think, like, Tom Cruise is a much better actor than Dolph Lundgren is, and Tom Cruise is out of his goddamn mind, and also pretty stupid, I'm pretty sure. But Natalie Portman has the unique double whammy of being, yeah, incredibly intelligent, incredibly well-educated, literally a scientist, and an amazing actress on top of it. Like, really, really good. Which is one of the reasons that the Star Wars prequels still hurt me. Like, even as I have come to enjoy them more, watching George Lucas make an asshole out of Natalie Portman is... It's hard to watch. Watching George Lucas drag Natalie Portman as an actress down to the level of Hayden Christensen is just like, ooh. I would disagree with that, Crossbow Roof. Tom Cruise does have some range. Now, he gets paid to do the same thing a lot of the time. This is true. But he doesn't have the same problem as, like, Kevin Costner. Like, Kevin Costner, he can only play Kevin Costner. He has no range. He just does the same thing over and over, and is really entertaining the first few times. It has, it has some charm. But eventually you realize, like, oh, this is all he's ever gonna do. Tom has some range. He can do drama, he can do comedy. He has played a decent range of characters over the course of his career. Believably so. It's only recently that he's really started to kind of slip from public favor. And he's made up for that by being like, I'm gonna do all my own stunts until I'm 60 and they kill me. I'm liking this yellow. On zero range, Will Ferrell. I mean, but Will Ferrell's a comedy actor. Machine God. Like, nobody's expecting Will Ferrell to do anything. That's like saying, you want to see zero range? Look at Chris Farley. Like, yeah, Chris Farley only ever played Chris Farley. But that's what we wanted when we saw him in something. Same thing for Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum plays Jeff Goldblum. If you cast Jeff Goldblum in something, it's because you want him to do the Jeff Goldblum thing. It's like when they cast him in Thor Ragnarok, and they're like, Jeff Goldblum as... pretty much just get Jeff Goldblum. He's going to do the same thing, and you know exactly what to expect. You won't be surprised, but you also won't be disappointed. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It is limiting. But, whatever. Not even a good one, though. See, that's... People are kind of divided on that one. Jeff Goldblum thrives entirely on screen charisma and charm, and you either find him charming or you don't. Thankfully, for the sake of his career, most people find him fairly charming. He's gotten a couple really, really solid roles that have definitely helped with that. Oh, Will Ferrell? That's another one where it's like, I mean, you like him or you don't, but that's kind of how it is with comedic actors. Either you like their shtick or you don't like their shtick, and, there you go. Pretty sure they just went to Jeff Goldblum's house to do his scenes in Ragnarok. Yeah, like, he was just dressed like that anyway. He was hanging out in his robes with his little blue face paint on, and they were like, this is what you... I mean, okay, Jeff, we're just gonna film. Sure. Whatever you say, man. Thunder Dome Drew. Well. I see the assassins have failed. Happy New Year, my friend. I was never meant to make it. I was never meant to make it to 2021. Thunderdome Drew. Good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good New Year so far. It has already been a pretty interesting one. So I am engaging in rampant escapism. And painting some minis. How are things for you? I sincerely hope they're well. I think Gary Oldman. Yeah, I mean, Gary Oldman is like a case study in incredible range for character actors. Gary Oldman... There are movies I had to go back and watch again because someone's like, oh yeah, Gary Oldman was in such and such. And I was like, holy shit, I remember that character, but that was Gary? Like, god damn. You see him in, like, True Romance? Like, holy shit, man. Yeah, Gary Oldman is a truly, truly great and prolific actor. I haven't seen him in Darkest Hour. I apparently need to watch this. Yeah, Fifth Element. Oh my god. Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg. It's just like, he's such a consummate professional. He's able to bring that quality of acting both to really very serious roles and to truly absurd roles like Zorg. Zorg is a crazy fucking role. He's a ridiculous character. And he brings every ounce of his acting talent to that role anyway. He didn't have to. That movie is cheesy and ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, I love The Fifth Element, even if Luc Besson is a bit of a creep. He's a solid director. Well, up until he did that, what's that most recent one? Somebody help me out with this one. Who's that? First of all, who's that kid who played Harry Osborn in the new Spider-Man movies? Not James Franco, though there's another interesting one. James Franco also has a shockingly extensive education, and James Franco dumps a lot of money into student film projects. He has whole programs that are almost entirely just him dumping the money that he makes doing movies into funding student film projects to get them out there onto platforms like Hulu. And they're not all good, but that's not the point. The point is that he's getting these young directors work and getting them notoriety, and that is incredibly noble, in my opinion. Valerian and the Thousand Ships. Valerian, I have very rarely seen a movie that, first of all, yes, it is a waste of great source material. Valerian, the graphic novels are like, yeah, fucking excellent. Adam Sandler, love him or hate him, the man's prolific as an actor. Well, it's an interesting subject, Thunderdome Drew, because Adam Sandler has recently landed on a method of film distribution that works particularly well for his brand of shitty. By releasing so many films on Netflix. Movies that would not have done well in theaters, but still make money because people they'll hate watch them on Netflix because they're there, because they're relatively and effectively free since they're already paying for the subscription. It's an interesting dynamic. But yeah, Valerian. Valerian... the first, 20 minutes of the movie are so compelling. Where they show, the planet and the ship coming in and crashing, and then they have the city being built out of all the ships coming together and becoming the big sort of space UN. You're like, whoa, this is really cool and interesting. And then the intro section ends, and the movie descends rapidly into just complete nonsense. Just absolute nonsense. Some of the worst nonsense I've ever seen in my life. Chris Evans has Chris Evans is a great actor, and he's funny too. The first place I remember seeing Chris Evans was in Not Another Teen Movie, which is a stupid movie, and he is so funny in it. He's so funny. He really is dumb. And incredibly crude at times. But he is hilarious in it. I'm sitting over here like, yes, that film is crude. How crude? Followed up by some dick and fart jokes like I have any room to speak. At all. It's the best movie ever until that one part of the movie, where the first 10 minutes were over and then you had to watch the rest of it. Yeah, it was... And they picked a pair of actors, that Cara Delevingne...
to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Please don't. I wanted to note, I also like Jupiter Ascending. I know that Jupiter Ascending got really, really bad reviews, but it did a lot right. It had some really, truly fun and unique concepts in it. And I thought that Eddie Redmayne poured his heart and soul into that bizarre role that he was playing. Just an utterly bizarre role, but Eddie Redmayne is, again, a really, really solid actor. He's the kind of guy who will bring that intensity even to a role that might not deserve it. I admire that level of commitment. I didn't see The Losers. By the way, hey Airflex, I'm sorry I didn't say hi. Yeah, Chris Evans is in Captain America, is who we're talking about. Like, who's it? Channing Tatum, the charming Taint Man, was playing like a half fox, half human. Like, it's just that Jupiter Ascending threw so many ideas at you all at once that they were hard to process. And so you come out of it just a little like, what the fuck? What's even going on? What the hell is happening? And, like, if it had given you the time to process them, they were actually pretty neat, but you just got hit with so many at once that by the time you get to any of the drama, you're like, alright, so there's a fox guy, and this bitch is a space princess, and he can jump onto platforms that don't, and then this guy is, like, consuming humans, or, like, humans are being grown as like, okay. Yeah. Sure, and it was very, very cheesy on top of everything else, which I personally have no problem with. But it was not well received. Throw a little bit more Vallejo smoke over my my brassy male bits here. Magic Mike, that's the man. Yeah, it wasn't a perfect movie on Raptor. I just, there's so many movies out there that really aren't trying anything new at all. I find myself with a begrudging respect for a movie that's just willing to fucking go for it. And if nothing else, Jupiter Ascending was willing to just go for it with a plot that... It was out there. It was real out there. And like I said, Eddie Redmayne really dumped a lot of effort into that role, which was surprising. I have liked Eddie Redmayne ever since I first saw him in The Pillars of the Earth, I want to say. Oh, you got Crying Sons. That's a cool game. It's Vallejo smoke, lore friendly. I'm throwing Vallejo smoke onto the brassy male. Okay, I see. I see what I said. I hear it now. It's not what I'm talking about. Crying Sons is a very, very cool game. I suck at it, but I think that's kind of the point of it. It's one of those games where you do badly and then you realize, oh, I'm supposed to die a whole bunch before I am good at anything. Alright, I got you. That deep, brassy male effect is pretty good. I think one higher highlight on that is going to put it about where I want it to be. Pony! What's up, Steiner Miniatures? Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Steiner Miniatures? A fantastic streamer, somebody you should be following if you're not. Follows are free, ladies and gents. The worst thing that can happen is you can go check him out and be like, I don't know about this guy. I don't know. Won't cost you a damn thing to find out, though. Ooh. I see where I forgot to do this. Let's lay a little bit more of this copper out. How you doing, Steiner? How are things? I've only been able to lurk in your chat lately, man, because I've been working when you've been on. You see how nicely this copper goes down over that Vallejo smoke base tone, though. Nice and easy. We're having a nice chill day. Getting Eomer worked up here. Things are okay. Been sick. Sorry to hear that. Had to get COVID tested since your brother-in-law. Oof. Oof. They came back negative? I'm glad to hear that, Steiner. How big do you think a Tachi class would be at 6mm? People's about that. At 6mm, okay. If I had to just guess, not looking up any numbers at all, just eyeballing it based on my understanding of the layout of the ship, 6-7 inches? Maybe? The Tachi's not a very big ship. It only has maybe 4 or 5 internal crew decks, including the cargo deck, and then space for the engine and space for the PDCs and everything like that, and like torpedo bays. If I had to guess, I'd say 6-7 inches. I'd be interested to find out if you could run a calculation on that. I'd be interested to find out how close I am. Speaking of which, Season 5 of The Expanse is fucking great. Like, you guys know when I've talked about The Expanse before on the channel, usually I've done my usual edgy thing, and I've taken the time to be like, oh, I didn't like Season 4 very much. I don't like popular things. My name's Thunderhead. You know. Because I've always got to point out when I don't like popular things, because that's part of my identity. But Season 5 has been fucking great so far. Like, really good. 46 meters in length. Alright. Ugh. I don't want to do that math, but you know, you can take a human at an average of 2 meters and figure that out from there. 2 meters is going to be 6mm, so 1 meter is going to be 3mm. So 138mm long. What's 138mm in inches? It would be like, I mean, that'd be about right. That would still wind up being like 6-7 inches. Five. I was close. Airflex, 6. So anytime someone refers to a scale for miniatures, the number they're giving, whether it be 6mm, 32mm, 28mm, 15mm, it refers to the average human eye level, is my understanding. It gets shortened to the average human height, but the actual definition is that is the distance to average human eye level. So it's about 5'5" to 6 feet. That's one of the reasons I like 6mm, because I go with 6mm, roughly 6 feet, 1 foot equals 1 millimeter. It's an easy calculation. I think I'm going to start dappling in some darker portions on Firefoot. Give myself a little break from the metallic work. Actually, you know what? I need to grab a drink. I will be right back, and then we're going to start doing the dappled gray on Firefoot, because he's just kind of cream right now. Alright. Let's keep going. But surely only barbarians use feet to measure distance. I mean, that's more or less true. I've been converting more, and like, I know that I should have converted to metric a long time ago in my head. And we were supposed to do that as a kid. That's what they told me in school. We're like, the whole country's converting to metric. We're all going to use metric, and we just didn't do it. We still use imperial measurement, which is just a shitty system. But, since I've been doing 3D printing, I have been more successfully converting into metric in my head, and I like metric so much more. It's easier to visualize, even. Slowly. One day at a time, one model at a time. And speaking of models, I've got that Bushman nearly to a point where I can do my first test print on it. I'm hoping to have the Bushman test printing tonight on my Elegoo Mars. And the blockhead will not be far behind the Bushman, for those of you interested in classic anime mechs. I'm going to do a little bit more of this yellow before I go to working on Firefoot's coat. Not much, just finish off this ochre before I go to lantern yellow. I think you need a melee version with one of those swords I sent you. Well, considering it's essentially, for the purposes of Battletech, we can do anything we fucking want, I'm not opposed. Also, the Bushman, his whole left arm is that one big shoulder pad, and then his right arm is not. And I like the idea of having like a sword in the right hand and then having him kind of defend with his big left shield arm. Metric is an objectively better measurement system. Anyone who says otherwise is fucking lying. It's better for essentially everything. And we just don't use it over here because we're lazy-ass Americans. Because we learnt it another way, damn it. Yeah, right? I keep thinking that the more I look at, because the way I've got it modeled, that shield is connected to a rotation point right on the inner shoulder, and it can actually rotate up and down to allow him to lift and raise his arm or to bend his elbow more. So it actually has a number of posing options. I do, Aeon. You're not discouraging me, Aeon Drummond. I want to erase my humanity very, very, very much. And if metric is going to help me get that done, then sign me up. All praise be to the machine god. Not necessarily the one we have here in chat, though he's pretty cool too. Praise me, fleshling. I don't go around calling people fuckable meat, okay? Don't go comparing me to Adam Smasher. I would have been hanging out with Johnny Silverhand. touch of this new gold I want to use here. Not as dense as I would like it to be. Oop, and then it goes and does that. Who wouldn't want to hang out with Keanu Reeves? I tend to agree. For extra bonus points, can we give him a buckler? I mean, yes. Like, again, we can do anything we want with the Bushman since it is not represented in Battletech in any way, shape, or form. It needs a role in the 55-tonners anyway, and if its role in the 55-tonners is essentially as a close range to melee mech, well, that is right up my alley. And I mean, the weapon that it had even in the anime was like a canister gun / grenade launcher shotgun. It was designed to be a fairly close range combat armor anyhow. So yeah, let's do it. Can't think of a compelling reason not to. Yeah, I wouldn't go in there. Dolph Lundgren would have been a good Atom Smasher. Ooh, I like the way you think, Mikey Mike. But if he was going to be Atom Smasher, they couldn't have him be all chrome like that, though. You'd have to keep his super ripped torso at the very least and put him in like a hot mesh tank top, you know? Yeah, the way I have it set up right now, Datron Voltari, I've got 3 missile tubes in either of his like poofy chipmunk cheeks, and then I've got vents in the back. It would not be hard to remove those missile launchers and put in another weapon system to the cheeks. It's just a matter of deciding what. Finish doing this yellow and this shield before I go down to the horse's coat, I think. Yeah, because I'm going to do a little bit of wood grain effect on here, and I need a much lighter green for that. Flamer cheeks. Fire spitting mechs. I like the way you think too, We're the Gamers, but then you knew that. I like the way you've thought for years. Sometimes. Sometimes. And then you start singing the praises of Star Wars Episode 1, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm out. That's too much for me. Machine gun array, I can headcanon it into the 6 launcher array without cosmetic changes. Because I'm a purist and want my Dougram Bushman. I could say they're machine guns. Chris Pine in Star Wars, discuss. I mean, sure. You know, why not? He's fun. I feel like, here's the thing, here's my problem with Chris Pine in Star Wars. They've already put Timothy Olyphant in Star Wars, and I don't feel like Chris Pine does anything that Timothy Olyphant doesn't do better. Like, looking good and being funny. On some level, I feel like there's only room for one of them. And if the choice is between Pine and Olyphant, I'm going with Timothy. Jar Jar is a beast, the best character of all. I'll tell you right now that not only do I not hate the Clone Wars Jar Jar Binks episodes, I think they're genuinely funny. I enjoy them. Ugh, that is unfortunate, nanotanks. Like, Wonder Woman 84 was not good. The idea that they're doing more of it based on that is kind of depressing. I want my DC superhero movies to be good, guys. I really, really do. They just haven't been so far. Just really wish that they had explored Darth Jar Jar angle. They might as well. With what they ended up doing, they might as well have explored Darth Jar Jar. It wouldn't have been any worse. At least it would have been tongue-in-cheek instead of head-in-ass, which is what it has been. DC ain't busting out the good guns. Yeah, I mean, like, I was just having this conversation yesterday with my brother. But, like, you know, the best DC movies have been, like, what? Like Wonder Woman and Shazam. And arguably Aquaman. This is the best that they have to offer so far, and those movies are not very good. Like, I really quite enjoyed Shazam. I thought Mark Strong was awesome in it, but I'll also be the first to admit that it has some downright stupid moments. Not stupid in a how cute sort of way, stupid in a what the hell were you thinking when you wrote this sort of way. I don't understand how they fail so badly at making good movies either, particularly considering that their animated films have, for years now, been of such high quality. They're giving money to the wrong people, clearly. Instead of investing money into the quality writers and directors that they already had, they went for outside hires with people who were popular in the industry. And it has thus far not yielded great results. And a decent wood grain on the shield so far. This is just the first pass. I'm going to do at least one higher than this. The animated films are amazing. Yeah, I really enjoyed Aquaman too. Like, Aquaman had problems, but I was willing to forgive almost all of them for the sake of Patrick Wilson's performance as Ocean Master. He was great as Orm. I liked him. And that's a tricky role, because it's both complete, like, nonsense supervillain role, and also, if done well, it should have that element of sympathy to it. It should have at least some room for redemption, and I think Patrick Wilson left that. I like Patrick Wilson, though. think I first noticed Patrick Wilson in Phantom of the Opera, and then I saw Jawbreaker, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, did they... Trying to pretend coastal Australia is Maine. That's a fairly minor sin, Roland. I think that Pitbull performing Africa is a far greater sin than that. Manro Fasal, good to see you, man. Very excited to note my Ender 3 is getting ordered this weekend. Yes, Roland, I will die on this hill. That was awful. That's awesome. Speaking of Enders 3, just a reminder that this upcoming January 20th, our one-year streamiversary, we will be giving away a baseline Ender 3 3D printer right here on the stream. If you are a subscriber, you will be able to enter a drawing on the 20th, so definitely be here. 1 year streaming. That's just madness. Just madness. No, Machine God, Pitbull is not still relevant. Not at all. Pitbull was not relevant when he did that song, as a matter of fact. He just did it anyway. Hey, Pondburn, good to see you. Watched Speed 2 yesterday for the first time. Why? Like, why would you ever do that? Wasn't Amber Heard in Aquaman? I'd argue that's a greater sin. So the news on Amber Heard was not out when she was in Aquaman. We didn't know that she was a complete fucking lunatic yet. The rumors were circulating because they had for a while, but you know, who the hell puts stock in Hollywood rumors other than a shocking number of people? Does anyone know, a bit of a non sequitur, does anyone know when the hell the Peninsula is finally supposed to come out? The sequel to Train from Busan? Or Train to Busan? Because Train to Busan was great. Train to Busan is one of the only zombie movies that I have watched more than once. Recently. It was on television and there was nothing else interesting. I mean, fair enough, Airflex. But I still feel like you probably could have found something. Heard is still hot. Yeah, Amber Heard is, she sort of encompasses that crazy hot stereotype where it's like, yeah, but she's like nuts. Like, you'll probably enjoy it for the first little bit like Johnny Depp did, and then she's like pulling out your hair and breaking glasses and threatening to cut you and shit, and you're like, this ain't worth it. August 12th, 2020. Well, that definitely didn't fucking happen. Did it come out and I missed it? Could I go watch The Peninsula right now? Because if that's true, I'm ending the stream right now and I'm gonna go watch The Peninsula. No, I'm not gonna. But I do want to watch it. Hey, Wolfenspawn. The Peninsula Sumatha is a sequel to the film Train to Busan, which is a Korean zombie movie from a couple years ago that is, like, really good. Go check it out. I think it's on Netflix. I really enjoyed Train to Busan. Give that a second to dry, but I'm getting a decent wood texture on the shield so far. Get myself a slightly higher color for highlighting that with. Dungeon slime, yeah, because it's a little bit more. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll mix a little bit of ghost gray into this green because I really want it more desaturated since it's meant to be painted wood.
"99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall."
Somehow, I think I'm up to like, I think I'm at over 150 at last count with this this new paint rack that I did, which is a little sobering. Hey, what's up, Cat of Harmony? Painting some Tau tonight, huh? Alright. For the greater good and all that. And speaking of the greater good, I need to watch, dibbidi-dibbidi-dibbidi-duh. Hot Fuzz again. Hot Fuzz is a surprisingly excellent movie.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha because he likes to slide it to the left and then slide it to the right and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead,
what happened to my face?
Put it back on camera.
What did it do? That's crazy. Streamer cam focus. I don't think it's ever done that before. That was odd. I've never had to refocus my face cam. Get with it, C920. I forgot what I was talking about. It couldn't have been that important. I'm not the only person watching Attack on Titan right now, am I? Obviously, I'm not the only person, but I feel like I might be one of the only ones that I know who's, like, really into that show. I was a little pained that we didn't get an episode this last Sunday. Sheldon's Spot, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hope you're having a good day. You paint Sheldon's Spot? Weeb stuff. Yeah, that's right. Cat of Harmony, he never watches weeb stuff. He's not into cartoons at all. He's too much of a serious, important adult for that kind of thing. Yeah, my depth of field is a little bit off. I need to adjust it for next stream. Because if I go even a little bit too low, it goes out of focus. I should have a broader depth of field than I do right now, but I think my exposure setting's a little low. Mini painting, working on an AdMech army at the moment. Ooh, nice. Sheldon Spot. Let me just ask, since you're new to the stream and you're working on an AdMech army, have you got anything you'd like to share? Because we do a pretty cool bit at the end of every stream called the Storm Report.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
And this is a major rule.
The only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun.
Show me.
Be safe. And above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. pictures of your junk. I'm going to ask you to send pictures if you are interested for us to take a look at towards the end of the stream, but they cannot be pictures of your genitalia. That is our one hardest rule, as it were. But if you're interested in sharing, we would love to see what you got. It's easy to do. All you do is you pop over onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord and go into the channel marked The Storm Report, and you can post up to 2 pictures. And we will take a look at them right here on stream. If you're looking for critique, you can ask for some, and I'm happy to give it. If you're just looking to show off, that's fine too. But I love, particularly when I get new viewers, if you feel like sharing. If you don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
Oh, Project Dark Fox, you have a good night, man. Thank you so much for being here. It is always good to see you. You, go easy on yourself, man. Take yourself a nap. You see the giant pile of shit my LGS is... I don't think I've seen that picture, Chaotic Harmony.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
How the fuck is that still something that's on the stream? I apparently have no self-respect to speak of.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
I've never once said that while painting. It is an inaccurate representation of me as an artist. Your name is Sheldon, that just seemed catchy, huh? Okay. Honestly, I'm glad to hear that, because I'm not at all a Big Bang Theory fan. In fact, it's fair to say that I am the opposite of that. That is one of the things that I hate the most that I haven't spent a lot of time bitching about here on the stream. Most of the things I dislike, I have devoted a great deal of time to whining about on my teeny little soapbox. I fucking hate the Big Bang Theory. I really, I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry if you're in the chat right now and you're like, but I love that show. I loathe it. It's... No. Never carbonic acid. We will never free Chapter 3. Chapter 3 stays in the fucking vault. Wandering XP. It is good to see you. Have I got a mod right now? Kursala, are you in the chat? If you are, would you give me a shout out? Pretty please. For Wandering XP, a fairly new streamer, a really, really cool guy. Definitely a stream that you should be following if you're not. Really puts a lot of effort into improving his techniques each and every time that he streams. I think I might have to do the shout out myself. I'm capable of doing this. I've become hamstrung by having really, really... Oh no, Kursala did it. Okay. Thank you so much, Kursala. I appreciate that. Guys, go give... seriously. It's weird for me to emphasize one shout out over any other, because I mean every single shout out that I give. But if you normally don't listen to my shout outs, stop what you're doing. Take a moment. Go to Wandering XP's channel. Give him a follow. Check out his next stream. Dude has fantastic video quality. A really good mic. Really, really personable. Very interactive with chat. Great fucking streamer. He's been working on his painting techniques, getting better and better. If you like this stream, you'll like that one. Of course, he doesn't know who I'm painting. Wandering XP. No, that's fine. This is Eomer. I did Theoden last year. I've got him right here. Theoden and Snowmane. And right now I'm working on Eomer and Firefoot. And next for Lord of the Rings, I'm going to be working on Eowyn and Merry. You can tell more easily when his helmet is off, and you can see the flowing mane that he rocks. To be fair, they both look very, very similar. Until you get the colors down. Which I haven't gotten to his armor yet. How you doing, Wandering XP? I saw you streaming earlier. How did that go? Pondburn, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for being here. As always, it's always a pleasure to see you. That's Theoden King. Hail, Theoden King. Why should I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow? A just question, my lord. Why did the Wormtongue turn into Emperor Palpatine there? That doesn't make any sense. It's not even fair to Brad Dourif. White Horse must be... Yeah, I haven't come in and done the... So, yeah, Firefoot... Snowmane is very much a white horse, but Firefoot is a...
metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They do. Firefoot is a gray dappled, so what I've done is I've just laid down the warm whites for the most part, and my plan is to come in with a blue-gray and do the dappled pattern and leave this underneath and then highlight it back up. But I have not gotten to Firefoot's coat yet. Oh, yeah, Roland, what's it gonna be? What madness. Speaking of which, we need to do our Session 0 and get some things locked in and pick an actual date. We are going to be doing our Storm Report for the One Brush to Rule Them All challenge on January 31st right here on the stream. And I am thinking that we are going to do our Cyberpunk Red game on the first Thursday of February. That is the current plan. But I need to bring the players into a Session 0 and finalize that. That is pretty decent for wood grain. I'm going to do a quick black liner and then work up the brass Latin work. Actually, I'm going to do not gray liner, but brown liner. Actually, pretty well. Pretty well, We're the Gamers. Starting to use dry brushing more and more. Dry brush the rock under Boba's foot. I'm going to have to take a look at... hey, Wandering XP. Wandering XP. Do you feel like posting a picture in the Storm Report? Because I'd love to see what you got done today. If you feel like it. Dab of water with my Reaper Brown liner. I like the Artis Opus brushes well enough. I wanted my one brush to be one of the Game Envies, but they have not arrived yet, and their tracking hasn't been updated in like 2 weeks, so I decided to go ahead and do the Artis Opus. Post a work in progress, Boba. Please do. Captain America's done. Ooh, nice. I'm about to do another cap myself. I'd love to see where you landed on. Man, I have got so many MCP models to do right now. I have, like, and I might do a little bit of work on this before we actually go to the Storm Report, but I just did the texturing and primer on all my bases for the Corset plus Venom and Green Goblin, so I have just a bunch of bases that look like this right now, and I need to go crazy with a dry brush on these things. In fact, you know what? I'll do this in just a minute. Wandering XP, I know that you're relatively new to dry brushing. I can show you how I do it, and I can show you the results that I get with a makeup brush. This is a perfect opportunity for that if you're interested. Thinking of ordering a Winsor Newton Series 7, see how I like it? Rifcan, I use Winsor & Newton Series 7 most of the time, and I like them quite a lot. 1 ounce white rum, 2 ounces of Midori, crushed ice, shake, strain into a Collins glass with ice cube, topped with Prosecco or ginger ale if you're a cheap mother. Ooh, that sounds kind of interesting. Actually, a little... little piquant. Please do Wandering XP. I would love, love, love to see how far you got on Cap and Boba. That doesn't sound like a bad drink, though. Like, I would actually maybe drink that. I was expecting it to be something awful. Like that horrific crap that Johnny Silverhand drinks. A good recipe for the Johnny Silverhand. I would take out the fucking chili powder for one. This is not what I had in mind for music, Pretzel. Let's do something other than this. Stinking Harris Heller. He's starting some new project. He's like ending his association with the Alpha Gaming channel and starting up some kind of new Twitch-focused channel, which is an interesting move for somebody with like 500,000 followers. But in his latest video, he made a lot of good points about how, you know, just getting too settled into a role isn't good for you, and pursuing change is. So I'm excited to see what he winds up doing. His stream beats have been very, very popular. You know, mostly because we can use them without getting fucking sued. I'm pretty happy with the wood on this shield. This is what I've spent most of the time tonight working on. I think the wood grain is half decent. I might hit it with a thin green wash, just because my highlights are a little bit high on it. What do you guys think? The silver and the gold are not done on it. But what do you think of the wood grain? There's a decent amount of progress on Eomer overall. Happy with my wood. Wiener jokes. My name's Chaotic Harmony, and I never hesitate to laugh at a nice dick. Someone should take my voice clip and just slightly edit it, and we can play it on Chaotic Harmony's channel, and I'll just be saying, Please show me your genitals. Followed by, show them to me. That could be his version of the famous clip. Since he has such an evolved sense of humor and all. Show them to me, for the love of God. Oh, God. Alright, I'm going to do a touch more yellow on him. And then I am going to go ahead and move over to the Marvel Crisis Protocol bases. And hopefully seeing a little bit of dry brushing on those will help Wandering XP expand his dry brushing. What's the word for that? I don't know. Give him some ideas, maybe. This is Lantern Yellow from Reaper, which is one of my favorite colors for doing golds. It is fairly vibrant, and I probably want to be a little careful with it on some parts here. I may end up even muting it back down later. We'll see. Yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. Oh, God. Iberben, you haven't even been here all night, dude, and you just show up just in time to clip some stupid shit. What do I have to do to get rid of Iberben, the fucking serial clipster? Yeah, Wandering XP has a resin printer. I don't know that you have an FDM printer. I think I asked. I'm pretty sure you said you just had resin. Which, I mean, as far as mini painting goes, and not terrain making, that is the right choice. Yeah, it's coming out pretty nice, right, to Square? Thank you so much. Iberben felt that he had been summoned. Somewhere, Thunderhead just said something stupid. My clips need me. I mean, to be fair, that's an easy bet. That's like, you can, yeah. I more than likely said something stupid in the last 5 minutes at any given time, if I am in fact streaming. More than likely. Is that AOS, the horse one? You mean Age of Sigmar? Riftcan? Because this is from Games Workshop, but this is for the Middle-earth strategy battle game. The one easy way to tell is that the strategy battle game figures tend to be more based on realistic human proportions and not, you know, sides of beef plated with gold with diamond maces coming out of their assholes shooting 12,000 lightning bolts that also have a bunch of pouches on them. Or skeletons full of skeletons, riding skeletons also covered in pouches. You can tell I have immense respect for the design and aesthetic of Age of Sigmar. You just stay silent until I say something clippable. New Eomer is fantastic. Yeah, I've actually, you know, I haven't shown it today, but I do have it. What did I do with him? It's around here somewhere. I have the original Eomer figure, and then I have this new Eomer figure, and yeah, the difference is fuck, it's night and day. This new Eomer figure is really, really nice. Compared to the old one, which is janky and old. And metal, which some people like, I do not. Is it on my desk? I mean, good call for me to look, but I didn't fall victim to that particular error this time.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
Not sure where he is. I put him someplace when I got the new Eomer, but I can't remember where. He's probably in a box right now. I do have him, though. If I'd been thinking, I would have pulled it out so I could compare the two, but suffice to say, the new Eomer is many, many times better. It is an order of magnitude better than the old Eomer. I'm liking that gold for the leather. Liking it quite a lot. Laptop's decided it wants to start buffering the stream. Lore Friendly, it is always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping in, and I hope you have a great evening. I mean, the fact that the new Eomer is all plastic is important, because the old Eomer, even the one that's riding a horse, Firefoot doesn't have its own mini. He uses the standard, like, Warhammer fantasy horse that they used for all the original Rohan models. And then it's a metal Eomer that then goes on top of a plastic horse that only has one connection point with the base. It's kind of a horrific model. David Attenborough voice. And here, the silent predator stalks his prey. I can't do it, David Attenborough, by the way. Waiting for him to make a simple mistake, and opened its big fat mouth and let loose a squawk to give away its location. Without hesitation, the Iberben attacks mercilessly, leaving its prey utterly destroyed. I don't like this idea that I am prey to Iberben. This does not describe our relationship. Alright, I'm going to take a break from working on Eomer now, and I'm going to do some dry brushing on some Marvel Crisis Protocol bases. I think we made some pretty decent progress on this today. Getting some of the details done. I still need to work on the dark gray dapple for Firefoot. And I'm probably going to fool around with that some tonight with some highly watered down paints, just kind of... Because I'm thinking, like, let me just try a little bit. Let me just try a little bit of it. I'm going to use something fairly transparent. So I think what I'm actually going to do is take a little bit of gray liner and a little bit of blue liner. Mostly gray liner. I'm going to mix them up, and I'm going to try to just dapple in some of the pattern there. Gear Falcon giving out that tier 1 sub over to Data Nerd. Thank you so much for that gift sub, Gear Falcon, and thank you so much for being here today. Data Nerd, you enjoy those Chaotic Harmony voice clips. I know I do. Just a touch of blue liner. Yeah, I want to show... I would like to show Wandering XP what you can do with makeup brushes and dry brushing, because that changed... I don't know if it changed the way I dry brush, but it's certainly improved it. Gray... what is that? It looks like Gray Fox, but it's Gray Foe. Gray Foe, thank you so much for that follow, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Alright, so this is blue and black liner. Kind of thinned out, and I'm just going to try to sort of... Not sponging, I'm using, this is the one brush challenge, so I just want to use the one brush for everything. I would normally probably do this with a sponge. But this isn't half bad. With some lighter white highlighting in between, I think I can actually establish a pretty decent pattern doing it this way. And this is sort of what I'm thinking for the coat. Probably a little bit more across here to hide that ridge is zenithal. Break it up just a wee teeny little bit. Now before I go any further, I want to take a look at a gray dappled stallion to make sure that I'm getting it in a believable pattern. But I think this could actually work. That's not half bad. Gear Falcon, thank you so much for that second gift sub going out to Chaotic Harmony. Holy shit, if it ain't Walter's Workshop. Is that Eomer good, sir? Yes, it is. Yeah, we're doing... So, Walter's Workshop, we're doing the one brush to rule them all challenge as given out by We're the Gamers on YouTube, which is just painting a model using only a single brush. Not a terribly difficult challenge by itself, so I decided because he themed it around Lord of the Rings, I should pull out a Lord of the Rings figure that I need to paint. So yeah, we have Eomer and Firefoot, and because this is a figure that I would normally do a great deal of dry brushing on, I wanted to try doing it with a number 1 finer brush, and that's why I'm sort of hand stippling with the tip to get this dappled gray stallion look. Paint it with only with one extra thick dry brush. Yeah, because Eomer was all just kind of one chalky color, right? That would be super the screen accurate. I'm pretty sure it would. Walter's Workshop, we already got that shout out going out. Thank you so much for that, Kursala. Walter's Workshop, another streamer who, if you're in this stream and you enjoy it even a little bit, if you're not just hate following me, which I confess, that's entirely possible. Maybe you're just here because you're like, that Thunderhead, that son of a bitch. Everything he says is wrong. And one day when he's not expecting it, I'm gonna run in through the back of his stream and I'm just gonna beat him in the back of the head. Maybe that's your goal. And if that's your goal, probably don't go follow Walter's Workshop. I would like to save him from your weird, hateful wrath. But if you're here because you enjoy watching somebody paint figures, doing a little bit of chatting, relaxing, definitely go check out Walter's Workshop. Very, very talented painter. I think we got some stuff of yours to show on the Storm Report today, because we didn't get to do one Tuesday, unfortunately. Guess I have to change my plan. Yeah, see, I'm on to you, Mikey Mike. I'm on to you. Alright, so I'm going to do a little bit of dry brushing, not on Eomer. I think this is where I'm going to leave Eomer for today. We started off with him a little while ago. I think 1 or 2 more sessions and we will have him done. I'm pretty pleased with how it's coming together, considering I haven't been able to do any dry brushing at all. I think doing the ground texture is going to be the trickiest, but I think it'll work. I don't think we should have any particularly significant issues. I don't hate this method of stippling. I think this actually yielded a fairly natural, dappled look on this one flank that we did. So I'm going to lean into that. I do not do, like, horses or fur or anything like that very often. Just tuning in, drinking, and dry brushing. Yay, what's up? Hey, let's rage. Yeah, we've been painting Eomer from Lord of the Rings, and I was just kind of fooling around with some stippling to get this dappled gray stallion look, because Firefoot was, in fact, a dappled gray stallion. And if there's one thing that is true of me, it's that I'm fucking obsessed with those movies and books, and I like things to be as accurate as possible, both to how they're described in the books and also to how Peter Jackson ultimately realized them on screen. So yeah, I'm going to switch over to doing a little bit of dry brushing because I have a whole lot of Marvel Crisis Protocol bases, and they all need some dry brushing. You do, Wandering XP. Yeah, this is, so you'll have here the core set, and then Venom right here, and this is for Green Goblin, but I have his smoke trail disconnected from it. Thank you so much, Iberben. What would I do without you? Yeah, it's a couple of bases. It's a couple of bases. I like to paint my bases separately because it lets me assembly line them like this. And then I can paint the figures on holders, like I've got, you know, Crossbones on his holder here, right now. And then glue them down afterwards. Plastic cement, the kind that you use for styrene, will go right through acrylic paint, which is nice. And I mean, this is just scratching the surface, because after I get these done, like, I just picked up Ant-Man and the Wasp, and they are... There's 4 models in that box. There's, I am mistaking your comic book universe for another, Mr. Wayne. I am trolling you in your stream, Batman. Fucking Bane. Ugh. Alright, if I had just painted Venom, I never would have recognized that rock. I mean, yeah, it's a... If you've just worked on it, it's a fairly distinct rock. I've added a lot of grit to these bases, and I think that's really going to help them. So I am going to be dry brushing using one of my favorite dry brushes, some of the only dry brushes I use anymore, which are these ELF contouring brushes. They are makeup brushes. I shouldn't have my brush leaning against the power strip like that. That's a very poor idea. They're very, very soft. So I need a paper towel. I'll weight this down, like so. Alright. Now, I had been going with Pro Acryl's Dark Warm Gray for my concrete. Stay a while and listen. I'm no Deckard Cain. Yeah, bonus, you can use those to put on eyeshadow later, or right now. Have you never tried just using acrylic paint instead of makeup? It's a great idea. Disclaimer, Thunderhead does not endorse using acrylic paint as makeup. So I don't use a wet palette for dry brushing. I use this porcelain palette, or just a piece of porcelain tile. And that's just because, surprise, surprise, it does better when your paint is actually dried out a little bit. These brushes are all in kind of differing states of use. I think I want to go with this one, because it's kind of the roughest of them. Let's start right here. And just sort of dip my brush in there, load it up with a good amount of paint. Go to my my paper towel here, and I rub it off in a circling motion until it's really not putting out much paint at all. Another good tester is you can do it on the back of your hand or on your glove. And what you're looking for here is to pick up the texture. You don't want streaks, you don't want lines of paint. What you want is to pick up the texture of your skin or your glove, whichever one you're using. And you can see it's kind of picking up the knobbly texture there. It generally helps if you come all from one direction, but if you're doing something like a base, you can afford to do a few different directions at once. It's actually a little light. I want a little bit more paint on here, considering I'm starting from black. And obviously it works best on textured surfaces. I find these concrete bases are actually pretty great for it. And this is a very dark gray, because I'm going to do multiple layers of dry brushing here. So I want this color almost everywhere on here, just not in the deepest crevices. And then I'll usually do a black wash over top of this again. I love these makeup brushes, though. They have really, really soft bristles. And you can get pretty aggressive with them without streaking or winding up with patterning that you're not trying to get. Oh, this is just the dark warm gray, and you can already see how it's picking that up and leaving some nice deep shadows. Gear Falcon again! Again with the... I'm gonna have to take that ability away from you. That's it. Gear Falcon's not allowed to do gift subs anymore, you guys. Going over to Wandering XP, thank you so much for that. Yeah, these bases in particular are great for dry brushing. Honestly, I'm going kind of light on it. You can go much heavier. See, I do like the dark warm gray on it, and then I'm going to take a little bit of the light warm gray. And just do it sparingly. Now, dry brushing is a simple technique, but it has a very, very high skill ceiling. Now, I don't pretend to be a master of it. But if you use a few different layers, and you're clever with it, and you combine your colors, you can get some pretty damn cool effects out of it. Now, the light warm gray, the bright warm gray, rather, and apply very sparingly over top of the dark warm gray. And also, if you're using the same dry brush, you'll notice, like here, if I just dip it into the other color, what I'm getting is a mixture of the color that I already had on there and the new one. Now see, that's kind of streaky, so you want to wipe off a little bit more of that. Still kind of streaky. It's closer to what I'm looking for. Yeah, see, that's too much. I'm applying this more sparingly. I'm looking for sharp corners, trying to get this dirt texture here a little bit more. Less focused on the broad spaces, more focused on the sharp edges. A little bit of variation across your surface adds interest. Yeah, I'm just dry brushing right over this cup, but I'm going to paint the cup separately later on. With these soft bristles, you can really apply some pressure and just do a broad dry brush like that. Like, you see how that was me really pressing there. And you can see how it still leaves even these minor depressions. And you're going to get that by using a much more soft bristled brush like these makeup brushes. But you see how using a couple of dry brush colors can give you this really pretty natural variation. Minor Depressions, new band name, called it. Damn it. That was on my list too, Walter. How you doing, Walter? Did you stream today, Walter? I didn't see if you were. Yeah, that's, like, I've got some dry brushes that I use, like, I mean, this is a real piece of shit one at this point. I'll use this for some terrain and rocky stuff where I don't mind some streaks appearing. I'll still use some flat brushes like this, depending on what I'm doing. But I've really fallen in love with these makeup brushes. Again, the bristles are just so soft. So soft. You can really get in there and press and get, like, you lose that dusty, chalky effect that you get with a lot of other ones. Apparently, I can't stop him at all. Walter's Workshop is now subbed to the channel. I think that means I win, Walter. I'm pretty sure you being subbed to me means I win. I'm not sure what competition we were in, but I win it. Did I finish Eomer? No, Tubby Lumpkins. We got to a point where I am comfortable pausing on him for the night, though. He's going to take probably a couple more sessions. And experimented a little bit with doing sort of a hand stippled dappling for the coat on Firefoot. What's printing? Hey, let's rage. You can always hit !STL and get a readout on that. Let's load up a little bit more of this dark gray. And you know, with dry brushing, there's really nothing for it but to do a bunch of it and get a feel for it. Like this is a streaky application I'm doing here. I didn't wipe off anywhere near enough. Now, it's worth noting that dry brushing is rough on your bristles. Dry brushes tend to be somewhat consumable. Even these makeup brushes. Now, this is why I recommend picking up ELF makeup brushes, because they're less than $10 each. There are, like, fancy schmancy designer dry brushes out there you can get from, like, Artist Opus. It's like $40 for a set. Maybe there's some amazing artist out there who swears by Artist Opus dry brushes, who's like, oh, they're amazing for this reason. I cannot ever see spending that money on that much money on a dry brush that I am simply going to slowly destroy by virtue of the technique I'm using. Like, that's just a very poor idea. Now, one thing when you're using a dry brush, if you want to keep it nice for as long as possible, make sure you rinse it very quickly after using. Make sure you use it very quickly after using. I'm going to switch off to one of my others right now because I mixed my colors on this, and I'd like to just go back to the dark gray for the rest of the bases. Give it a good rinse, give it a good wipe off, and then when you finish your paint session, actually go ahead and clean it with some brush soap. You will thank yourself, because once it starts to build up paint on the bristles, it'll quickly become unusable. But if you wash them quickly and regularly, these will stay good for a while. That's sort of what I suspected Thunderdome drew. Like, I'm sure they're very nice dry brushes, but I'm not spending $40 fucking on them. That's just not gonna happen. That's crazy. You started and Twitch got destroyed. Yeah, I heard that happened earlier. Absolutely, Tubby Lumpkins. I'm glad that you enjoy it. From Artist Opus or Wandering XP? Did you order from Artist Opus or did you order some ELF ones? God, I hope that it was... It's for a set Airflex. I think $40 you get like 3 dry brushes. Or 2 dry brushes, something like that. But it's still significantly more expensive than picking up makeup brushes. From Artis Opus, oh god. Well, that's okay. Maybe you'll be the one. Maybe you'll be the one who's like, oh my god, Thunderhead, you were so wrong. Here's a reason that you should be using these brushes. I mean, I doubt it, but it's possible. All in all, I feel like Artis Opus brushes are overpriced. I've been using them lately, and they're perfectly good brushes, but they're not that good. They're not as good as the price tag would seem to imply. And again, I would never spend that much money on dry brushes. A brush that will inevitably be destroyed by the very virtue of the primary technique that I bought it to do. That seems silly to me. But clearly some people find value in them or they wouldn't be selling them, so who knows. Side. I'm gonna do Ultron last. He's got a big chunk of stone on his base. You taking off Airflex? Seeing as how it's 4:15 a.m. God damn. Get some sleep, Airflex. Thank you so much for being here, dude. It's always a pleasure to see you. Hope you have a good rest and hope you have a good day. I know that feeling, Airflex. I am most productive from like 1 to 4 a.m. Don't ask me why. I've been trying to figure it out. All I know is that for whatever reason, that time of day, I actually get a lot of work done. If I was awake early in the morning, I would not be doing anywhere near as much work. So why bother? Since I have the freedom to set my schedule as much as I do. Wait, I've been missing conversations here. Are you complimenting Walter's Workshop in my chat? Have we not made that against the rules yet? Don't encourage him. Don't encourage Walter's Workshop, you guys. You have no idea the beast that you're feeding. A beast that will one day consume us all. One thing that is worth noting when you're doing your dry brushing, if you can put down your paint... Which one was I just using? Why do I have 2 dry brushes in front of me? Which one was I dry brushing with? Jesus. What have I done? Let me try this one. Okay, not that one. Yes, that one. Okay, good. Woo! I forgot what I was saying. I was probably insulting someone. It seems right. You're talking about a different streamer. Okay, that's good. You don't know the madness you bring on us when you're like, that Walter's Workshop guy, he's super cool. Feeding the beast. Before you know it, he'll be in your house playing fucking Chumbawamba on all your speakers and throwing axes into your bedroom. And not in a fun way. I haven't even begun to peak. When I peak, everybody on Twitch is gonna feel it. Oh, Walter. The Golden Streamer is not taking any questions right now. Ooh, that has weird implications when you make it the Golden Streamer. That's not good. Oh, okay, I remember what I was saying. Yeah, when you are dry brushing, it can be beneficial to take the paint that you want to use, put it onto your porcelain palette, and let it sit for a couple of minutes. Believe it or not, dry brushing with dry paint is very effective. I know, that seems crazy given what it's called. But yeah, if you put down a dollop of paint and just let it sit for a little while, don't let it dry up completely, but let it thicken. It will dry brush better. Where'd you get the additional spots of rubble? Okay, so, you know, the little bottles and the cups come with it, and you glue those down. This is just some PVA glue. What I do is, because these bases are extra smooth, if you just glue down little bits of rock and sand and whatnot, they'll pop right off. So what you do is you take a hobby blade and you score it, make some marks in the plastic, and then glue down with PVA glue like white glue. I take little pieces of broken slate and a little bit of sand and a little mixture of railroad ballast. And you take a little container and you put where you want the rubble, the spots of glue, and then dip the base in it and kind of roll it around and let it dry. And you'll get these little extra bits. Yeah, it adds a little something something, doesn't it? You gotta be a little careful because you see, like, I just broke one of them off and I have an empty spot there. I'm gonna have to put a dark spot there later, but that's okay. As long as you score the base decently, most of it will stick. Dry brushing can be kind of rough on white glue. I think it really pays off on these Marvel Crisis Protocol figures because the bases... It also helps because you've only got like 3-4 variants of base, I'm sure you've noticed. You wind up using the same base a lot. So if you change the direction that the character's facing on it when you glue them down, but then you also change the arrangement of rubble on the base, you make them look fairly different. Like, I mean, like, these two are the same base. But the extra rubble helps different. I mean, obviously the one with Ultron's rock on it looks significantly different because it's huge, but... You know. You know. One base at a time.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Holy shit. What's going on, cat? How you doing?
Hello there.
Mod extraordinaire riot sister. Oh, thank you so much, Iberben. I'm not as much of a fan of superglue for one major reason, Vergatarung, and that is that I live in a cold climate. And in a cold climate, particularly one as cold as Colorado in the wintertime, superglue gets very, very brittle. PVA glue does not. PVA glue stays flexible. As long as you score the base, you give the PVA something to grip, it'll grip just fine. In fact, arguably better than superglue. I've had more problems with adherence from superglue than I have had with PVA. Again, as long as you give it some tooth. It's important to remember that gluing... There are many types of glue. The two primary glues that I would say three primary glues that you're going to deal with in miniature modeling are going to be super glue, which is cyanoacrylate, PVA glue, which is polyvinyl acetate, and that's white glue, and then plastic cement, which I don't know the chemical name for. Now, super glue and PVA glue are both a mechanical standard glue bond, and what this just means is when you're gluing two things together, what you're introducing a sort of flexible medium that will grip the two surfaces when it's fluid, and then when it dries, it'll pull them together. I missed epoxies, not so much missed as I feel like you're going to deal with those three more than you're going to deal with epoxies. Epoxies you're going to deal with more if you're into doing metal models, which is not as common these days. I use epoxies a lot when I'm doing 3D printing. I use epoxies a lot, again, because it gets cold. But the important difference between these things is most of them are mechanical bonds, and then plastic cement is a chemical bond, in the sense that plastic cement actually melts the plastic that you're putting it on and the surface that you're gluing to, and it combines those two surfaces into one. And then as it sets, you wind up with a single piece of plastic, whereas cyanoacrylate and PVA glue harden into place, but they need tooth. They need something to physically grab onto. So if you put super glue on a smooth surface, or you put PVA glue on a smooth surface, let it dry, and then push on it, it'll snap off of that smooth surface because it doesn't have anything to actually seep into to hold on to. Now, if you, like, beneath each and every one of these, what I've done is I've taken a blade and I've scored little hash marks into the surface. So when the glue goes on and then dries, it seeps down into those score marks and it holds on real tight. Yeah, epoxies are also a mechanical bond, but they're a much, much stronger one. Now, the main difference between there are many differences between PVA glue and super glue, but super glue is brittle on its own. It's a very, very strong bond, but it's very brittle. It has almost no flexibility, and when it gets cold, it actually is both brittle and it shrinks a little bit. So yeah, if you're in a cold environment like mine, and your models ever get cold, your super glue bonds will actually crack and give up the ghost, whereas your PVA glue bonds will not. They stay flexible, they don't become brittle. So I prefer using non-brittle glues here, because I have had enough issues with super glue cracking free. That's not to say I don't use it. I use super glue for plenty of applications. But particularly for basing like this, I prefer PVA. Also, PVA is easier to manipulate. Easier to dilute. And when you dilute it, you can get it to flow and do different shapes much more easily. Again, I've had way more issues with super glue basing, cracking, and coming off than I've had with PVA. Yeah, there are many, and in fact, when I do super glue models and then I look to take them apart, or sometimes I'll do super glue when I know I'm going to want to take them apart. Because if you take a super glued model and put it in the freezer for an hour, and then pull it out, take a blade, wedge it into the break, and just twist it, it'll snap right free. But see, like, the worst that's happening to me here is because I'm really, really pressing with my dry brush. Like, I broke free a little bit of grit there. But it's like, come in with some black paint and dab it there, and you'll never notice the difference. Most of it isn't breaking off, and I'm able to do a really, really heavy dry brush on it, and it's still just fine. These bottles, for instance, this was put down with plastic glue because the bottle is styrene and the base is styrene. So this bottle and the base are now one singular piece of plastic. Have I tried Gorilla Glue Clear yet? Is it a PVA? I've got Gorilla Glue Super Glue. Oh, we gotta do... It's about time for the storm report. Let me do these last 3 real quick. And then we'll go ahead and move on to that. These bases don't need as much scoring because they have a lot more texture. So the glue just sticks very naturally. Dries tough and crystal clear. Been using it for static grass recently. I will take a look at it. I'm curious, would you send me a picture of the bottle you've been using? Because I'm sure it says on there what type of glue it is. It could just be a particularly tough PVA, which I'm always down for some... Because I'm just using, like, Eomer's white that I thin with some water for most of this. I'm not opposed to getting a stronger PVA. I want that flexibility in the dry is all. Yeah, it sounds like a PVA then, because CA glue, super glue, tends to... It reacts with water and moisture in the air, which is also why when you're doing super glue, it can sometimes help to take it and just kind of go... and breathe real heavy on it, just get some moisture in there. But when it bonds fast. If your super glue is bonding slowly, it has a problem and you're doing something wrong. That problem can be too much moisture. You want just a little bit of moisture in there. Just enough water to accelerate the bond. It's true, Crossbow Roof. Or you've got too much water in the bond as it is. It can be fresh super glue, and if you've, like, hocked a lug on your model or whatever beforehand, it's going to dry real slow. It's also going to dry fairly weak. And you're going to probably not have that close of a connection between your bonded surfaces. So I always say just give it the treatment. That's a good amount of moisture. Use baking soda just to absorb the moisture? That would make sense. One more touch of paint, and then we can head on over to the storm report. Thank you so much, Kursala, for handling that today. Is that everybody? No, there's actually one more. There's one more. We're almost done. It's a doozy, this one. This is Ultron's base. Ultron, who's just a little extra in every conceivable way. He overdoes fucking everything. He's the most complex model to build, and his base is gigantic. I don't like the manhole covers and the metal on these bases, which is why I do the heavy rubble on these ones that have manhole covers, because, like, you can't even tell it's there and I won't have to paint it, because I covered it with rocks. Just me being lazy. But, you know, paint smarter, not harder, huh? Also, these fit washers very well underneath them, for those of you doing Marvel Crisis Protocol. That is a decent dark gray base for everybody but Venom. Let me touch him one more time. Just so when I start the next step, I won't have to mess around with my dark warm gray. I'll be able to go right to the bright warm gray. And then probably a wash to blend it all together and to deepen the crevices, and then one more quick dry brush touch-up. And usually what I'll do after that is I'll come in with like AP soft tone and AP green tone, and I'll just put little pools, little random pools, and kind of let them dry so you get that dirty, nasty concrete look. A little bit of green, a little bit of brown. Here again, there's a manhole cover right here, and I just put Venom's rock right on top of it and then covered it in rubble because I didn't want to paint it. Did not want it all. Oh yeah. Touch him real good. Eddie Brock and I, we have a very special relationship. So like I've been dry brushing it real heavy, and I've only managed to pull off that tiny little bit there. And I'm just going to take some primer and go bloop and dot that with a little bit of black, and you'll never see it again. Yeah, there we go. Alright. So that's our first round dry brushing done on all these bases, which I am glad to have done. I'll be able to touch these up a little bit later once that's dried. Wipe my brush off, because I don't want it getting nasty. Nasty. You're a dirty brush, aren't you? Yeah. A dirty, nasty brush. A naughty brush. You've been bad. Yes, anyway. Move this out of my way. Let's have one last look at what we actually got done today working on Eomer. Again, I'm actually pretty happy with how this sort of dappled stippling has come out on the rump. It needs a little bit more attention, but I think that along with some white highlighting will yield a pretty good dappled gray coat over the whole thing, as long as I focus the bits of white fur in the right places, like on the face, right before you get to the hooves, and then in sort of a little pattern on the flank coming down the top of the leg, but the legs are going to be mostly dark gray. Damn it, crossbow! I wasn't. I need to consider that. What's going on, Headshot? How you doing? All right. Let's go ahead and see what we've got in store tonight on the Storm Report.
All right, locusts and
Damn it,
gentlemen,
Everbang.
get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Oh, I just wiped metal paint in my mouth. Oh, that wasn't good. It didn't taste very good. I didn't like that. Yes, anyway. Move this crap out of my way. Thank you so much, Rio. I'm glad to entertain. Here we have up first. Now, we missed a couple earlier this week, so, oh man, we got a few to get through. Let's take a look here from Walter's Workshop. Critical Role close-ups. Oh my lord. So I'm not, I'm not familiar with this set of characters from Critical Role. I've only listened to some of their earliest adventures, but this is real nice work. I love what you've done here with the sort of NMM gold effect on this big crazy belt buckle. I like this nice livid scar you've got coming in here, Walter's Workshop. Really, really fine work on the head tats. That's real nice. He has a real Kratos energy to him, doesn't he? Real Kratos energy. Crossbow Roof, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for being here, man. It is always a pleasure to see you. Go get some sleep. I like this blue that you went with for the cloak here, too. A nice shading on the sort of soft white under... They're not under things, just pants, but it's under the coat, so I think under things. Really, though, I like the lividity of this scar, and this is some very, very tight work you've got here for the head tats. I like what you've done with the texturing here, too. You've got some real soft transitions from green to brown. It looks very, very natural. Awesome. Awesome close-ups, Walter. I would love to see some close-ups of the rest of the crew, considering how many of them you painted. It's a fucking awesome display that you did, Walter. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's see what we got from Thunderdome Drew. Ooh, what are we doing here? Hang on, let me open a slightly larger version of this for myself to take a look. Is this a fire? We have some really, really interesting blue-green tones for the rocks, and then we have what looks like OSL coming from... Is that a torch? The front of it is slightly out of focus, Thunderdome Drew. It's slightly out of focus, but I'm seeing what looks like a wood torch here, and I'm guessing that what we have here is some fire, because I'm definitely getting the OSL, the yellow here going out to the orange here, only picking out the upturned surfaces. Yeah, it looks wrapped like a torch. This part is slightly out of focus, so I can't tell if it's meant to be flames, but it looks like it very, very easily could be. Now, if it is, the OSL is exceptionally well done, and I have to say, I love the variation of colors you have here in the rocks. The little touches of green, like lichen, the deep blues, the lighter desaturated grays, and then the orange kind of being cast outward from the central. It's a sculpted torch on a slate base. Very, very nicely done, Thunderdome Drew. Ooh-wee! Yeah, custom base and my Battletech Merc Company logo. Man, I swear to God, I was in your stream the other night when you started working on this. And it's like, Thunderdome Drew, like, looks up a picture of a scorpion that he likes. And is like, I think I'm going to use this. Yeah, this is what I'm going to go with. Okay, sure. I get up. I go to the kitchen. I get myself a fucking, like, a snack. I crack open a beer. I walk my dog real quick. I come back inside, and he's just done one of these. Like, he just started painting. And within minutes, this has appeared. You know, Thunderdome Drew, I like to choose specific pieces of inspiration. I like to choose specific artists to inspire me to work on particular things. You make me want to be better at freehand. Because this is so cool. This is so cool. I am staggered. And this is on the side. What's funny to me is this is on the side of one of the mech bays for a Borealis dropship. So this freehand, like, a lot of the time you're not going to see it unless the pods are removed from the dropship. You absolute madman. But it's such good work. Yeah, I've got to work on it. I really do. I love the shading you did on the Scorpion. It is so fucking cool. I cannot wait to see that Borealis come together completely. Thunderdome Drew, you are one badass painter. And ladies and gents, if you are not following Thunderdome Drew and Walter's Workshop, whose work we just looked at, go check him out. I've got, I follow a lot of painters. I follow a lot of painters on Twitch. I don't always have the time to watch all of them, but there are at least a handful that I always make the time to watch if they're going to be on. At this point, Walter's Workshop and Thunderdome Drew are very, very close to the top of that list. Also, Wandering XP more recently. Seriously, go give these guys a follow. The worst thing that can happen is you unfollow them later, so why not give it a shot? Thank you so much for sharing that with us today, Thunderdome Drew. I cannot wait to see that Borealis completed. Oh, Iberben. This isn't a good one, but it's been a while since I shared a space picture, so I'm going to drop it here anyway. December 21st was the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. Yeah, we actually got a really, really clear view of it out here, man. I'm telling you, this year, once the vaccines start going around, we've got to get you out here. I think you're going to crap your pants once you see the stuff. Well, I hope you don't, because you're going to have to like hose it off in my yard, and I'm not going to be a fan of that. So don't crap your pants or wear diapers if you gotta, but I got to get you up here to see these stars. You're gonna dig it. As long as you look away from DIA. DIA is some major light pollution, but if you look the opposite direction, there's nothing. There's nothing at all. Alright, let me finish here. They were at their visible closest positions to one another since about 800 years. What was going on 800 years ago? Somebody give me a significant historical event that was happening 800 years ago. I can't think of one offhand. That would have been, like the 13th century? So the Crusades. Yeah. There would have been at least one major crusade going on the last time this happened. That should put things in perspective. Because that was a long goddamn time ago. That was at a time when plate armor in Europe basically didn't exist. Everybody would have been wearing gambesons and mail, using like arming swords. They'd have very, very small steel plates that they would use to put together into like Spangen helms and things like that. It's just, I like to put that in perspective to show how completely removed human civilization is from the last time this happened. It was definitely very cool to see. It won't have as close a conjunction again until 2080, and who knows, things might be that different by then with the way everything's accelerating, and of course completely cloud covered here. But on Christmas Eve it was crystal clear outside, and it was still close enough I could fit them both in the same low power eyepiece to get a picture with my phone. So here you go. Not a composite photo, they look just like this through the eyepiece. Oh, look at them there. I mean, relatively speaking, in terms of the distances that we're dealing with in space, that's pretty damn close. That's pretty damn close. Can you paint me a picture, please? I would. But I suck at 2 dimensions. I paint miniatures, man. I paint miniatures because I am a hack of an artist. How you doing, Dom Mazzetti? That's pretty cool. That is pretty damn cool. Some bonus Jupiter moons if you squint and look close. Hang on, wait, let me take a look. Yeah, look. There's some little... You can see part of the Jovian... I'm seeing at least 4 moons, Jovian moons here. Very, very cool. Do you do Roman/Greek soldiers? So not specifically. I have done some Space Marines with a very, very Greek theme, and I will say that I just did a... Kickstarter for Rick Graham's new Field of Legends, I want to say it's called, something like that. But he's got these like really cool sci-fi, like Spartan Greek style soldiers. And they're going to be available in STL form once the Kickstarter closes, so I'm going to be printing some of those up and painting them. I'll tell you, Dom Mazzetti, if you're particularly interested in seeing Field of Legends, yeah. And yeah, I hope the Minotaurs happen too. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing some Greek style soldiers getting painted, you should definitely stick around. It'll probably be about a month until I'm working on them, but we will have them right here on the channel. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today, Iberben, you giant nerd, you. Here we have from Downslide. Can't remember if I posted or not. Dom Mazzetti, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers, and I hope we're working on something here real quick that will pique your interest. Can't remember if I posted this or not. Gogru, well, that's not right, Downslide. His name is Grogu. Is at 0.16 and Mando is at 0.2. Need to set aside a Saturday to overhaul my FDM from top to bottom. I'll tell you though, for FDM that looks pretty good. You got a couple of little zits forming here on some of these overhangs, but I feel like it looks like you printed him standing straight up. If you took him and you tilted him back, yes, White Wolf, please do. Do. Post a link to the Field of Legends Kickstarter, so you can get a look If you're interested there, Dom Mazzetti, I'm going to be painting some of those figures. I feel like if you tilted him back, you would have less of an issue with those overhangs, because he's kind of leaning forward. If you tilted the whole thing back and turned on, like, support interfacing, though that might not be the best advice. I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people have printed this particular model lately, so you could probably find a better print orientation for it. But yeah, like, tighten up your belts a little bit just to start with. I think you'll already start to see some better results. But this isn't too bad. This is all stuff that you could trim and sand with very minimal difficulty. Grogu came out looking nice. I like to do the cha-cha. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today, Downslide. And yeah, I know what you mean, man. Like, I let my printers go way too long without solid maintenance. Oh, here we have from Just Dices more progress on Francine by Bella Knocked. Bella has come a long fucking way. She's an artist named Jackson Lee Rose from New Zealand. I kickstarted some of her earliest work. Her sculpting has come a long, long way this year. She's just been doing almost nothing but this. Really developing her own style and putting a whole lot of character into her poses and her faces. Very, very nice prints. Some of her earliest stuff was a little rough, a little sterile. More and more now, her sculpting has a lot of personality. And you can see it right here. Really, really done well by Just Dices. I really, really like the direction that she's looking. The way she's done the irises here. And then the combination of the different tones of flesh. Had the pleasure of watching her do some painting on this on her stream last time. Yeah, Dices is very talented. I don't know if you guys have checked out Bella Knocked. She has a Facebook group. I don't know if she has a Discord. She probably does. I don't know that I'm in it. I've done 1 or 2 models from her. I've got a couple printed that I never got back around to. I should dig into it, though, because I'm pretty sure I'm on her Patreon. And, yeah, really quite nice sculpts as of late. Very well done, Dices, and thank you as always for sharing. Now we know what Sally would look like if she was an elf, right? Here we have from Gear Falcon, my work in progress of the Hater Prime. No matter what light source I use, some color gets washed out. Have red to red, orange to orange, yellow highlight. This mini is very porous and hard to paint, but I did my best so far. I mean, I can see it. I'm at the risk of repeating myself. Taking photos of miniatures is at least as hard, if not harder, than painting them in the first place. We're the gamers. You don't have, dude. You fucking go get yourself some sleep, dude. You work hard. Have a great night, and I always appreciate seeing you here, man. I mean, I can see what you're doing here, though. I can definitely see the high yellows coming down through the oranges into the red. Oh yeah, and I like how you've started the gradient again at the end of the arm, kind of going up it, and then at the top of the thigh, and then catching the top of the knee there. It's still very effective. Like, I know you're not happy with how this picture came out. You feel like it's a little bit washed out, but if it looks better than this in person, it looks pretty damn nice, man. Very porous, really. It's a resin, yeah? You just have a lot of like bubbles or void spaces in it. Maybe you just got a bad one. All in all, this is coming together nicely. I'll tell you what I would do. If you want some critique on this, or you're looking for a direction to move forward, when you come in here and you do the weapon barrels, these parts that are white right now, maybe even consider doing it here in this crevice where you have the inner workings of the knee and the inner part of the thigh. Use blue-black and highlight up to blue-gray. Use cool colors, because this whole mini is so warm. It is hot. It is on fire. And if you put some blue-blacks next to these hot oranges, they are gonna pop. Back and forth. Pop, 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 pop. It's gonna be constant. It's gonna be like popcorn. And Kerensky likes his mechs to pop. Did I miss the whole stream? I mean, not the whole stream, Alaric. We're getting towards the end here. We just started the Storm Report. We got a little ways to go. I know, right? This is a really, really cool paint scheme. I'm telling you, man, use those blue blacks and blue grays, and I think you'll really, really be happy with how it comes together. Oh, you got a pick of the finished one? Well, we'll have to take a look at that. Maybe a matte varnish over the base layer? Yeah, it's hard to deal with porous materials like that. That's just tricky. Fish tacos for Taco Tuesday, which it is every Tuesday. Every Tuesday here on the stream is Taco Tuesday. Of course, we miss Tuesday, so in a weird way, it's Taco Thursday. I like other people's mechs to pop. Pop open with that fucking ammo explosion, am I right? Am I right, Alaric? You like to pop people in their faces with the fish hook grapple in Titanfall 2. That's the kind of popping you like to do. Oh, man, I want some tacos. I don't give a shit if it ain't Taco Tuesday anymore. I still want them. That looks nice. Urban, god of the urban mechs, welcomes you into his that he's doing the pose with the 2 fingers up and the 2 fingers out. That's wow. Machine God, what is this from? This is asinine, is what this is. This is ridiculous. Yeah, it looks wrong because it's got arms, but it couldn't do the pose if it didn't have arms. If it's the god of urban mechs, oh, you did this? You did this and then rendered it, you absolute fucking madman. Where'd you get the arms from? Did you make them yourself? It's nice. It's nicely done. This would be a good one to kind of spread around or use as a logo. Mascot for the Patreon? Hell yeah, Machine God. That's fucking hilarious. This is cursed. Ooh, here we have from Ren Momo working on some Gaslands from the look of things. Ooh, down and dirty and brutal. I like the little sort of stylized skull face we got on here. Love the chipped and nasty kind of... what would be a good name for this? I'm going to say meat grinder, but it's not a grinder. It doesn't like spin. It's just some nasty fucking spikes on the front. We got some kneecappers going on and a nice big cannon strapped to the hood. Love the lavender and the cool gray combination. Cow catcher? Ooh. Yeah, let's go with Spiky Ram. I like Spiky Ram. That doesn't fill my head with as many troubling images. Let's take a look at this next one here. I'm liking the colors on this one, too. This purple is very Joker-esque, and it looks like you've done some kind of black lining in here, almost like it's sort of cartoonish or cel-shaded. I like this kind of aggressive red diamond on the front. Good job with the battle damage. This one is much shootier. It doesn't have quite as many spikes on it. I like the 2 smokestacks coming off the side. Oh, it's got some... They're not quite kneecappers. They're not quite kneecappers. But they're damn mean looking. Cow Eviscerator, yeah, ooh. This is pretty neat. Gaslands is a cool game, and I love all the freedom that you have. Love all the freedom that you have to do your own thing. Ooh. This is a really cool stylized skull up here, too. It's difficult to do skulls like this without falling into the trap of just doing the Punisher skull, but this actually is fairly unique with the sharp cheekbones. Almost has more of a jack-o'-lantern feel to the shape of the eyes and the nose. Again, some nasty spiky. I love the variety of kneecappers you put on these, Ren. And then again, we have some really cool black lining, almost cel shading done on this. And of course, blue and orange is just a great complementary color set. Look like the arena cars from Grand Theft Auto 5. I could see that. I could see that. Very, very nice work, Renmo. Just a pin wash? I don't fucking know. I mean, hey, that got the job done. You got some nice deep panel lining on here. It's very effective, Renmomo. The pipes make the wheel spikes redundant. Yeah, I feel like these pipes would knock your feet right out from under you long before the spikes. But you know, style is worth points all on its own. Thank you so much for sharing those with us today, Ren Momo. Always a pleasure to see what you're working on. Gear Falcon finished him and actually did the base. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I can see what you mean with that with it winding up a little bit washed out. Pulling this one up and zooming in on it, you can see a lot more of the gradient. I see that you just went with silver for the most part for these metal parts. Try some blue next time. Next mech you do in this paint scheme, try using more blue for those parts. Just try it. Just try it on one part. I think you'll like what it does overall. It is a striking difference when you have some blue to contrast that orange. I'm not saying do like blue stripes or something. I don't want it to look like a fucking, Denver Broncos mech or anything like that. But a nice deep blue black? Yeah. They're very nicely done. Coming down. Here we have from to Square, getting there on the Somerset Strikers scheme. I like how you're doing slightly more muted colors than they actually did on the cartoon, because the red they use on the cartoon is out of control. The red they use on the cartoon is just, it's nonsense. And I've seen some people do it very, very accurately, and it winds up being a bit much, which it's supposed to be fair. But this more muted red, I buy this more. It's also nice to see something other than gunmetal for the arm weapons on the Warhammer. I'll send you one of the gift cards, my friend, who made requirements for partner. Look what... Oh, shit, Ren Momo. I appreciate that. Yeah, gunmetal blue. Yeah. Like a blue metallic? That's definitely a good option there. You've definitely cleaned this up somewhat. It was looking a little chalky the last time you were showing these. But this is looking pretty nice. Really, the red is what grabs me. And see, that's the effect that a simple color choice can have. The striping stands out real well because you use kind of a blue-gray here, so it goes cold, warm, cold, back and forth. And then we got warm, and then, or rather, yeah, the cold striping, sort of cold ends on the weapons, and then this nice red interim. That's a damn good-looking Warhammer square. Thank you for sharing that with us. Looking forward to seeing the rest of your custom Somerset strikers. Went more yellow on the dry brush, and yeah, I think that paid off. Nicely done. Ion Raptor, the Rakshasa, looks great in-game. Hats off to Transient, he keeps getting better and better. Told me I ended up over-detailing the model and I had to fill some spots in, so I'll try not to go crazy from now on. It's an easy trap to fall into. Ooh, that does look nice, doesn't it? Look at that. That is a Rakshasa that you can use in HBS Battletech, done by our very own Ion Raptor. That's fucking fantastic, man. Now, the mod is 3062 Advanced? Is that the mod that you're making them for? Because I want to do this. I want to use whichever mod it is. I want to use them Ion Raptor mechs. Mom, I want a Mad Cat. We've got Mad Cat at home. This isn't heresy. This isn't heresy. This is the finest reverse engineering the Inner Sphere has to offer, Alara Kerensky. The Rakshasa has been maligned for far too long. Yeah, but it's a Timberwolf, but it's not a Timberwolf. Look, clanners don't get to name things, okay? We're not gonna cede that authority to them. Ooh, with the variants and everything. This is really fucking cool, Ion Raptor. It'll be in that one and Rogue Tech. That's pretty exciting. Anything that uses... Oh, so it's going into the community asset bundle. I gotcha. Okay. This came out damn nice. And yeah, with the texture applied and then with the shaders and everything, that looks pretty good. You'll have to stay in your mech this time, Alaric. Do you think you can manage that one? Alaric and I did a fucking trial by combat in Titanfall 2 the other day, and it's supposed to be like best out of 5 or some bullshit, or first to 5 I think it was, and I think 3 of the kills of the winner wound up being outside of the mechs. If I died more than you outside, it was like by 1. It was like by 1. I marked you multiple times outside of your mech. You died 3. You know, you don't have any proof. You're just in here talking shit. You're just in here talking shit, Alaric. If you don't have it on video, it didn't happen. Oh shit, were you streaming it? Bullshit. We'll go again. I'll show you the power of the Ion. Alright, let's keep going here. Rio Hassenpfeffer might like the Legion a little bit. This is great. Yeah. This is delightful with the Texas flag and a hat and everything. Bang. I like the little smiley face on the big old drum mag. How can a dead man ask for proof? I don't know. Ask Alaric. Ask Alaric. He's the battery hoarding clanner scum. Shh, Rio, don't know. Okay, look, guys. If Alaric wants to prove me wrong after the stream and make me look like a total asshole, that's fine. But as long as we are on my stream actively, you're required to support me. I know you didn't realize that. It was in the small print when you clicked, you know, like when you come into the stream, and it's like, this stream is for adults only, do you agree? Like, you didn't read the second part, but it also said, you must agree with and support Thunderhead. So, you know, let's not violate the rules, guys. Let's stick with it. Oh, that's okay, Ren. That is okay, it is just nice to see you. Rio, this is fantastic. I love seeing all this work you've been doing lately with ballpoint pens. It's so simple, but so effective. Really, really nicely done. Here we have from Carbonic Acid. Slap some paint on some mechs. Same colors, different day. Sorry, I couldn't understand the picture and re-upload. Who cares? Same colors, different day. Well, this is a nice, simple application. I like this sort of... I will say that this particular green reminds me of toothpaste, though. It's like a toothpaste green. Minty fresh. Minty fresh catapults. And you went with the HBS version of the catapult that has, like, MRM 40s in each one of these things. This is one of the first things I learned how to change, was to add the right number of... Oh, I forgot I left one in there. Oh, yes, I would have another beer, please. Thank you. My wife just found a Darth Maul figure that I put in the back of the freezer and forgot about almost a week ago. I think he's probably brittle enough to break now. Ooh, thank you. I did it so that I could break his hand off. Let's see if it works. It worked! Oh no, I broke the resin. Okay, I'm gonna have to print another one. Okay. Well, that failed. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Why didn't you use clippers? I didn't, Vergaderung, because if you could see the way this sculpt is put together, it was actually done by a very talented sculptor. The arm comes under, like, the Darth Maul's robe comes out over his shoulders, and then the connection point is under the robe. So it comes up and under and connects so that you can't actually see the connection point. And I was hoping to recycle this torso and not have to print an all-new Maul, but, you know, oh well, it's going to cost me a few extra cents. No big deal. It's a really badass Maul. This is him in his Crimson Dawn robes with his second set of metal legs, the ones that didn't look stupid. I just need to get a better lightsaber because you can see this one is very thin and very wild. I mean, look at this. This is a bad lightsaber. I need better than this. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's no good. It's a nice looking lance, I'll give you that. It does make me feel like brushing my teeth, though. That's just the impression I get off of it. I'm seeing a little bit of, is this freehand? Over here, a little bit of patterning. I think that if you went with this, it looks like maybe it's done in a lavender or a purple or a pink. I think that some lavender or pink detailing on here, something kind of soft and pastel-y, would actually look really good, and it would complement these two colors that you've got here very nicely. Colgate will kill you. That's a terrible slogan. Is one catapult larger than the other? I think it's just, if you look, it's physically closer to the camera than the other one, is what you're seeing. Also, these are two different sculpts, which you can tell because the nose on this one is flattened off, whereas this one is pointed. And it also gives you the impression of being smaller because the PPCs are significantly smaller than the big MRM 40 boxes. Also, the K2 has AC 10s or 20s in the nose. Yeah, it's got some big old chonkers there. Nicely done, though, Carbonic Acid. I love those color choices. I feel like if you mixed in just one extra thing, just one extra color, a purple, a lavender, maybe even an orange for some details, maybe like a racing stripe right down the center, I think that would look really, really cool. But it is a great-looking lance one way or the other. Coming down here from Wolverine DH Self-Made City Battle Map. I always love seeing what Wolverine DH is up to, particularly when it involves some pretty damn cool stuff from Steel Warrior Studios. And you have done such a good job on this battle map, and so much of your own work. I really like the Trinity City Dice Tower. I want to do something like this. I don't want to do exactly this, really, Wolverine DH, because you did it. And I don't mean like, you know, oh, damn you for doing it before I... No, I think that it's a really cool idea, taking Trinity Tower and converting it into a dice tower, and then using the little parking lot and building some walls for where the dice could roll into. And I'd like to do something like this, but I want to go ahead and create an all-new tower for the purpose to integrate into the rest of the Trinity City set. Because I think it's a fantastic idea, and I'm absolutely going to rip it off, just shamelessly. Love seeing these ramps and these highways in use. Love, love, love it. That is a fantastic looking city table. Now, Wolverine DH has done a lot of work, too. This is the city table that he's got together, but I mean, he's used a bunch of my walls, plus a bunch of his own work to make these really cool military bases and gates, and I mean, Wolverine has got to have some of the coolest damn maps on the planet by now. Looking real nice, and we got this classic leopard over here. Classic leopard parked in the corner. These look like Steel Warrior Studios civilian vehicle packs here on the road. I find that vehicles do so much to lend scale to these maps when you get them put together. Very, very cool, Wolverine DH, and thank you so much for sharing. The Tower of Random Chance, or RNG Tower. I like where your head's at, Sumitha. Oh, here we have from Vergaderung all the stuff I have been printing for Legion all in one place. Man, I thought that we had a bunch of stuff in the Storm Report because I let it go from Tuesday, but most of the stuff is posted today. Y'all are out of your minds. Found a good TIE Fighter file, so I'm going to print out a bunch of them. Got the tiny test bunker painted, the heavy repulsor truck, comm towers, and bunker, hunter ship, landing pad, and the Tarkin townhouse primed. Oh shit, you printed that? Vergaderung, I'm not totally happy with that file, and I'll bet you can pick out the part of it that I'm not happy with. But I need to... I was trying to make it accurate. I feel like I need to set it... Yeah. The dome and the soft angles don't print as good as I'd like. And I don't have an answer for it yet. But it's on my list of files to improve. I made it as accurate to the actual model used in Rebels as I could, and I don't feel like that actually yielded the best possible file. Got the cooling tower started, whipped up a functional smoke assembly, not too happy with it as nylon doesn't really want to stick to itself, had to bind it with white thread and hose it down with Mod Podge clear spray. I'll use like some, even just hairspray actually does a halfway decent job. A little bit of... Now, you really want kind of white smoke for... I would say use some black spray paint and make it look more smoky and bind it together at the same time, but for a cooling tower, you really want almost pure white smoke, because it's mostly steam. Trinity Chance Generator, there you go. Yeah, it's steam. It's not really smoke. That's what I'm saying. It looks damn good, though. Oh, looks like you got it smoothed out. So what I did with these is I took a little bit of epoxy and drooled them over the dome and these two panels here, and then gave it a quick sand job. And it came out real nice. That's looking pretty good, though. Yeah, the Tarkin Townhouse. This asset right here, I made it as close to the one that was in Rebels as possible. And once you've seen this house, the Tarkin Townhouse that I made that is available, I believe it's up on Thingiverse. Once you've seen it, you've looked at the details, you've had it on the table, and then you go back and watch Rebels, you'll start to see it everywhere. Everywhere. They used this digital asset over and over and over in the show from different angles, from different directions. That is a big fucking hover truck. You can fit a reasonably scaled TIE... Like, I wanted to say, oh, this TIE fighter looks underscaled, but no, when I look at this here, when I look at the townhouse, that's about right. The TIE fighter is about right, and it's a big ship, and it fits entirely on the back of this truck. That thing is crazy. That's absolutely out of control. Huh. Well, okay then. Yeah, that's a big damn truck. Really, really nice looking prints you've got there, Vergaderung. Can't wait to see these projects continue. Look at this. There's Borealis back here. He's waiting for his dazzling. He's waiting for his dazzling. I know the pain of having like 9 projects going on at once. And goddamn it, Vergaderung, you know what I do. I want to see that. I want to see 3 TIE fighters lined up on here, like with like guy wires thrown over the wings to hold it down, you know, like tie straps, like ratchet straps or something. I think that'd be fucking cool, man. Transporting TIE fighters via truck. Oh, really nice prints you got there, Verg. Here we have from Cyber Knight once more on the Oryx, because it's apparently all I'm doing lately. Mostly just detailing primarily on the torso, but also did some work on the pelvis and upper leg. Oh, have you indeed. Already spotted some other tweaks we want to do / add, but we are slowly getting there. Okay, yeah, I can see. We got some new pistons here in the leg connection. Looks like we've developed the panel brakes a little bit more on the upper thigh here. Added in some more details to the back of the pelvis. I'm liking this kind of relaxed gun posture that he's in here. All these different options. I'm loving this slot and disc that you have for the knee joint. It grants so many posing options. So many posing options. And yeah, it's got a bit of a spoiler. For when you just gotta be super duper cool. Yeah, I love this. Is a very, very clever assembly. For those of you who don't know, Cyber Knight is the proprietor of Metalcore Collectibles, an excellent producer of 6mm sci-fi mechs and vehicles. If you enjoy Battletech, you like painting mechs, and you're looking for something to spice up your collection that has lots of options for magnetization, customization, and variants, you're going to want to check out Metalcore Collectibles. We did one of their Tyrants here on stream. I have one of his Hammerheads and a few more Tyrants we're going to be painting up this year. That's a real broad time frame, but definitely check out Metalcore Collectibles. Cyber Knight is a goddamn good dude and a major contributor to the stream. Yeah, he does fantastic work, Sumitha. Seeing as we missed Tuesday, I got something else. Figured I need a calendar for 2021, and I got all this Matt Plog art laying around. Oh, that's cool. Wait, can I get one of these? Is this a thing that you could send me one of? Because I want it badly. Yes, please. What do I gotta do? Cyber Knight, who do I have to slap to get one of them? So that's my question. Here we have from Madel, and thank you so much for submitting your first time on the stream. Ooh, this is the Sauron you're working on. Oh my. I'm gonna open up a slightly larger version of this to take a look at. This is some smooth and compelling work. Oh, lordy lord. Madel, this is fantastic work. This warm, non-metallic metal, that sort of dirty armor with the warm glow that you would get from... I mean, it reminds me very much... I assume you probably pulled up art of him from the beginning of Fellowship of the Ring to do this, because it looks very much like that sort of diffuse glow that he had with the lava far, far below, casting light kind of up on his armor and then reflecting down from the cavern above with smoke going in front of him, like when he forged the ring in that brief sequence. This is very well done. The fact that you've still got that sort of hammered, rough armor texture that that Sauron had in the movie going on, this is fantastic work. My. Yeah, Madel, we're gonna need to see some more of this. Like, as you continue to work on this, Sauron, I am going to require some updates. This is exciting to me. This is very exciting. We don't do a lot of fantasy stuff here on this stream. I'd like to do some more of it because I am a pretty big Lord of the Rings dork, and I have plenty of Lord of the Rings figures to work through. This makes me, you know what this does to me? This makes me think about painting some larger figures, because this is a fairly large Sauron figure here. Assuming that his hand is roughly the same, like, yeah, because that would be like a 4, maybe 5-inch figure at the end of the day. That looks so good, though. That looks so good. Madel, thank you so much for sharing with us. Yeah, very, very clean, very excellent. Here we have in the very pose that I was talking about. So, I know this sculpt. Because this is available on, I want to say, Game Body? This is one of the ones that I saw when I first started looking for figures. This is also very, very well done. I love the use of the worm armor, the kind of all the armor was so well done in the Lord of the Rings movies, but it had this kind of oily, greasy brown look to it, as well as being rough and kind of loosely hammered. Done a fantastic job of replicating that across the blade of the sword, the sort of mottled, pitted, greasy texture of the Witch King's sword. Also a great job on the mace. I love the little bits of rust on the tips. This is really good work. Madel, you are a very, very talented painter, and I am so glad you decided to share this with us today. I would love to see some more of your work, particularly on Lord of the Rings stuff. Very nicely done, Witch King. Ooh. Man, oh man. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. That's cool. That's fucking cool. You know what? I don't give a shit. We are, you know what? We are one over the limit here. And, I am nothing but impressed. Sarantis, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm just sitting here geeking the fuck out over this Witch King. Making me want to start working on Lord of the Rings stuff. Wandering XP. Do it. Do it. Like, I don't want to over encourage you to diversify into too many different painting projects at once. But I will say that a lot of the newer models in the Lord of the Rings range from Games Workshop are very nice, and there are a great deal of 3D printable figures, larger figure statues that are of a very high quality, as seen here. This is exactly the pose I'm talking about, though. I did a teeny tiny little 28mm Witch King in this pose, and I'd like to do another one. I'm not the hugest fan of this sculpt. It has some small issues with it. I will say that they have done a fantastic job of making up for what small issues I had with the original sculpt. The paint job is just, it's too good. It's too good. It blows the fucking mind a little bit. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Yeah, I guess it is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. Maddell, thank you so much for sharing with us today. This is really exciting for me. Can read Lord of the Rings novels as your background noise when you work on the model. Oh my god, that would be amazing. Riot Sister just reading Lord of the Rings in the background while I work on figure. I would. Yes, let's do that. Let's make that happen. Mikey Mike working on some ultramarines. Ooh. Nice sharp work. All those skulls going down the scabbard. Are these? Is this sculpt from... What set is this from? I recognize it. With the way he's cradling his Stormbolter, but I can't quite place it. And then we got some of our Phobos Primaris here coming in. That is a nice, vivid blue you've got going on there, Mikey Mike, and I love seeing the gold. Ultramarines are much maligned. Oh yeah, you got some nice edge highlighting going on here. Looks like you got some good highlighted edges underneath the sides of the raised edges on the shoulder pads when I can remember how to use my words. I like the nice splashes of red you've got in there for the grenades, for the eyes. Very nice, very clean, Mikey Mike. It was a captain from the Internet Store relaunch in 2014. Yeah, okay, that's it. Because I'm looking at it like, this sculpt looks so familiar. It seems old, but I can't place the figure. Yeah, okay, it was one of those exclusives. Well, that'll be cool to see get finished. What are you planning to do for the bases on these bad boys? Mikey Mike, very clean work, very nice, and thank you for sharing that with a friend of yours gave it to you. Okay, alright. Painting some of the classics. Nicely done. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner, been doing his one brush challenge on a Stormcast Eternal. And of course, he has been playing so much with those blends lately. Oof, you're coming along. You're definitely coming along, Greg. This fade that we have here on the inside of the shield. The combination of the high contrast with the smooth blend across the blue here. Very, very striking. This particular yellow And I like how deep you've taken the shading on the yellow. It's stark but effective. You have some Elric's Hobbies bases you're going to put. Mikey Mike, I've used a lot of Elric's Hobbies bases, and they are generally of excellent quality. I've gotten one or two from him I haven't been totally happy with. He sent me a few that had a bunch of bubbles in them, but he was very quick to replace them. Some of the best bases that I have personally painted have been from Elric's Hobbies. I think you'll be very happy with those. Ooh, Greg. I love the particular colors that you have going on here on the base. They are, again, your shading is so deep, but your blends are so smooth. And he has been doing so much work with oils lately. I find it unsurprising that he's advancing like this. Unsurprising. Oh, you're doing... Oh, no, he's doing this with, Damn. I just assumed that you were doing some oils for some of those. Greg is a great painter. He really is. He's very inspirational. Gave me some of the earliest advice that really helped me as a painter. One brush to rule them all. Number 4 work in progress. Apparently I can't stop doing challenge minis. This is my 4th one. Also a masochist. I'm doing limited palette with my only paints. I assume that's going to be one of the next challenges. I'm looking forward to getting into that. Limited palette. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us today, Greg. Here we have from Steiner Minis. He has been doing so much Death Ray Designs MDF lately. Just going crazy building all this stuff. Death Ray Designs does some really, really excellent stuff. Really excellent terrain. Pushing the limits of what MDF cut terrain is capable of. Look at this. Look at this ridiculous fucking stack of, like, HAB units. Yeah, you might have lost your mind a little bit, Steiner Minis. Might have lost your mind just a teeny little bit. Yeah, the token bottle of Jameson. You can tell this is near his streaming station because the Jameson is right there constantly. Yeah. Nice job on the DRD terrain, Steiner Minis. I can't wait to see some actual paint going down on those with the crazy colors you've been doing lately. With the just insane, like, synthwave lavender magenta to blue color schemes you've been doing lately, with you leaning into that cyberpunk look. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Here we have from Manro Fasal, building. That's all I'm doing. You know, there's something to that. It looks like you got some Heresy era Marines coming together here, along with some classic pieces. This looks like one of those old Chaos Power Fists. What are you going to paint him as, man, Rofasal? I'm very curious which of the legions you're going to go with. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, local game store was told to remove the barcodes from these boxes to be reimbursed by Games Workshop, and so I get to paint all these up for the store's players to use and or to be display pieces for people to see. Needless to say, I am stupidly hyped. Ooh, that's a lot of good figures. I've always liked the Castellan robots. It was part of the Horus pack, and you're going to paint them as salamanders? That'll be pretty cool. Salamanders they're a good choice. You can do a lot of fun stuff with them. Some classic scouts. The Atalan Jackals. These are, Genestealer cultists, I think. Looks like we got some AOS stuff, some Zangor Enlightened, Putrid Blight Kings. These will both be fun. These are interesting ones to play around with bright, vivid colors on, and then you can do all kinds of really cool effects with Nurgle bullshit. You're going to be doing up our Predator. I don't think this model has changed in like 15 years. I can't tell you how many of these I've done. Good luck with some of those connection points. The Castellan robots are very, very nice. Consider magnetizing the hands on the Castellan robots. They're surprisingly easy to magnetize, and if you can swap their phosphor blasters for their fists, they're actually pretty versatile. Of course, that's only if you're doing WYSIWYG, which I like to do. Nicely done, Chaotic. I'm glad that you are getting more work from your friendly local game store. I'm sure they'll be very, very pleased with what you give them. Here we have from Quantum X. Sheldon's spot. Nice. Not AdMech, but recent I did for, kind of AdMech. Isn't he? Homeboy's like Dark Mechanicus, isn't he? That base. Ooh, that's really nicely done. This looks like chunks of cork with some extra texture on top. We've got a water effect in just a horrific toxic green with some skulls floating in it. That's real cool. Chaos Dark Mech. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, Sumitha, I know what you mean. Those Predator kits. I've built enough of them to be frustrated just looking at the box. Oh, that's like... Look at this green! Ooh, that almost hurts the eyes. It's so green. I dig it. They are teeny tiny skulls, Riot Sister, but they're normal sized skulls in scale. this is a fucking crazy model. I remember when this came out, I'm just like, oh my god, look at all the detail on it. I love the colors you've gone with here. The crazy vivid greens kind of make this muted blue stand out all the more, don't they? Yeah, that's fucking wild. I always love seeing some mech or dark mech coming together. Sheldon Spot, if you feel like sharing some of the Mechanicus you've been working on, we would love to see some of that come Sunday stream. We are on 3 days a week. Nicely done. I love this vivid green is crazy. Crazy. If I would do anything to this green goo you have here, this is just something to consider. Next time you do it, take a little bit of like an ochre yellow and mix it in here when it's drying. Take a toothpick, stick it down into the ochre yellow and drag it out into some kind of oily patterns. So you've got these little bits of yellow kind of running through the green. I think you'll like how that looks, particularly next to such a vivid green. It just gives it a little bit of visual interest. That's fucking cool, though. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much, Sheldon Spot. Here we have from Wandering XP, who's been doing a little bit of work on Boba Fett, doing some dry brushing. This is the Boba Fett from... This is Darkfire, right? The same thing with green ink and the resin, but yeah, yellow would be dope. Yeah, green and yellow work really, really well when you're doing, like, Toxic Sludge. Also, kind of like, yeah, like a snotty brown. Brown, yellow, green, that combination, it just makes you a little sick, you know? Yeah, Darkfire, okay. Yeah, Darkfire does such great sculpts. Again, I think that as he continues to work and makes his details a little deeper and a little more heroic scale, his stuff is only going to improve. But in just watching the time he's been sculpting so far, he's gotten so much better. Oh, Captain America. That is a nice vivid blue you went with on him. Yeah, I can see you did some dry brushing on the base. That came together nicely. Very well done, Wandering XP. The thing I love about watching Wandering XP is this is a dude who you can see pushing his own painting boundaries each and every time he streams, and that is just inspirational as all hell. I think Wandering XP, dude, you keep streaming, you keep painting. Within a year, you're gonna be looking back. I want you to save these pictures. I want you to save these minis because you have got a great eye for color and such a drive to improve that in a year you're gonna look back on this and just be like, whew, ooh, I've come so far. I've come so far. That is not to say that this doesn't look fantastic. Nice vivid blue, good job on the leather. Love the nice clean lines on the shield. That is America's ass. Very, very nicely done, both on Boba and Captain America. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are not following Wandering XP, you really should. Ah, shit. I don't know if my sound is set up for Discord to play. It's not. It plays over on my speakers, damn it. Hang on a second. That's cable A. As the one weakness here is that I keep switching my audio settings around because I go into play online games and then I needed to come out of my headphones and then blah 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 blah. Let's switch this over. Oh, no, this is the wrong window. This is the wrong window to do what I'm trying to do right now. What's up, puppy? What's up, puppy? What are you doing? You being mischievous? Did you get banished from the rest of the house? I think you did. I think you did, puppy. I think you got banished. Come here, I'm gonna scritch you. Come here, puppa. Alright, let's put this on the right audio cable right there. That should do the job. Show me your genitals. Saying, please show me your genitals. Followed by, show them to me. That could be his version of the famous clip. Why do I do any of the things that I do on this stream? You'd really think that I would know better, particularly when I know that Iberben is lurking constantly. Mirror Universe Blunderthud, who's like, yeah, show me all the genital. Welcome to the genital report. No, if it were Mirror Universe, I'd have the little black goatee. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Winnie. Winnie. Come here. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, oh. What's up? Here, can I get the kicking leg on here? Is it tickly? Is it tickly? No, no. Don't lick my face. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Are you famous, Gwynny? Are you famous? You want to be famous? Welcome to the Gwynny Report. Okay, get off. Ugh. Give me your pillow.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. They love the metallics. Alright, what the fuck was I doing? Okay, here we have some stuff from Machine God. Got these guys wrapped up just in time for the Storm Report. The Marauder is from Strato Mini Studios, his Bullshark model that I'm using to proxy for a Marauder. Gee, why would you use that to proxy for a Marauder? It's almost like it's intended to do that. The Atlas is the product of mine and Papa Bear's work, and our first Patreon release. Both of these guys are painted up in some Clan Wolverine SLDF camo spec, which uses the SLDF drab camo with blue, white, and yellow accents where applicable. I think they look super good. Also tried something new. God, excuse me, hang on. Oh, that's unattractive. This is terrible. Oh, laser lenses, PPCs, and cockpits were base coated with Turbo Dark Sparkle Motion, which is a super high metallic silver. Literally one step down from chrome in its shininess. Then coated it with GW Technical or Air Clear of some sort. Cockpits are Eidolon Purple Air Clear, and the PPC/lasers are Soulstone and Waystone Gem Technicals. Are you gonna open? Where's the picture? Okay, there it goes. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Ooh, that's pretty snazzy. So the color scheme, you're right, does look, I think, super good. I like the little splashes of yellow, blue, and white to break up the SLDF olive drab. And the basing really does a lot to help it pop. Some nice vivid colors to sort of balance out. Yeah. And the Atlas, of course, the work of Papa Bear and Machine God. Yeah, I like the flowers, right? I couldn't tell you, Datron Voltari. I have no idea. It's probably 'cause it's full of Danes. Maybe it's probably. I don't know. I'm not. Who knows? This came out looking particularly nice. I like how you've done the 1, 2, 3. Going down the knee there, and then repeated on the... this is always a feature that I notice on the Atlas, these funny little rings that hang down over the shoulders. It's a good spot to do detailing like this. This is a very, very effective paint job. Because the drab is kind of boring on its own, but with the little splashes of color to sort of remind you where the features of the mech are, it comes out very, very nice. Marauder and Atlas. I'm digging it. I think that this is fairly effective. Fairly effective. The problem with this sometimes is that lenses wind up being tilted down on a lot of them, or under a little bit of, like, the brow on the Marauder. So I tend to go for more artistic flares on them, like extreme lensing, just because I feel like it winds up looking better. Something that you could do maybe to help show how these look in person, if you had a light that was pointed more directly at the front of the Marauder when you took a picture, so just so you had more intense light on the actual Turbo Dork metallic parts here. Because it looks like you've got it coming from above, so all these pieces have fallen into shadow, so it's kind of hard to see how they look in person. But yeah, a nice diffused light pointing at it right from the front, I think that would show it a little bit better. Nicely done, though, Machine God. Really, really good work. Coming down. Here we have from White Wolf for Therapy Thursday, which is today, breathes a happy sigh of relief after almost 3 works after it's left Montreal and no tracking afterwards. My Game Envy Wizard racks are finally here. So I'm not the only person who's getting no tracking updates from Game Envy. That's kind of reassuring, weirdly. Looking forward to some sexier paint racks on the painting desk, as well as getting storage at my assembly desk. That's a lot of paper to peel off. Good thing I'll also have a lot of delays in between things with the LAV3, since I'm now at the look at all the photo etch stage. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Bonus Clank set up in the background because hubby and I were playing that earlier, which can also be fun, provided the dragon doesn't kill you one step away from being above ground. Got my revenge, though, and got to kill him 2 steps away from escaping the dungeon. Did I do that right? Was that the laugh you were going for there, White Wolf? I hope that I captured. I hope that I captured the spirit of it. That is a lot of game envy stuff. A whole lot of game envy stuff. It's a lot of glue, and I blew on... That's what you get, Verd. It happens to you again. Damn it. My pop filter wasn't enough for that. That's a whole lot of MDF. I haven't played... What is this, Clank? You said it is? I haven't actually played that. Still, it's nice to hear that it actually got to you. I'm hoping that my stuff just shows up out of nowhere because the tracking petered off about 2 weeks ago, which is frustrating. Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive previews. First up is the pseudo-exclusive, as it is a modified version of the image on Matplog's DeviantArt page with the DBC Phoenix, the main warship of the Dreadnought Battle Corps, redrawn. Needless to say, this fight becomes quite desperate here. The Phoenix, outnumbered and forced to hold position to protect a defenseless Allied jump ship, is forced to take one hell of a beating. Yeah, it looks like she might have a couple of holes punched in her by now. There's a little bit of incoming ordnance. Bam, bam, bam. Rough. But if her spine ain't broken, her guns are still barking, she's still in the fight. And as Commander William Adama once put it, sooner or later there comes a time when you can't run from the things you've done. Damn it, I'm gonna have to watch those episodes again. Here, Colonel Anne Lawrence reflects upon some of the darkest moments of her life in the short story Keepsakes. Really one of the best stories in Operation Lancaster. I really like that one. Winnie, stop licking me. You can't lick my elbows all day long. It's not allowed. Okay? Yeah, I know, you're very cute. And from a writing standpoint, one of the greatest challenges was to make Colonel Anne Lawrence not feel like a Mary Sue character. It's an easy trap to fall into, which is why there are so many of them, while simultaneously feeling like someone that the reader could genuinely understand why people would follow, even if it means following her straight... Stop licking me! Damn it. Following her straight into hell. This is a fantastic story, and some great art by Matt Plog to accompany it. Just her sort of going down her shelf of keepsakes and remembering each and every tragedy associated with them. There is some damn I liked the story particularly about this chess piece. This was a good story. Remembering where she got that and what it means. Yeah. When Operation Lancaster is available, honestly guys, make sure you read through the actual the short fiction stories that are in it. They do so much to fill out the world that Sumitha has been creating with his writing. Thank you so much for sharing these previews with us, Sumitha. As always, excellent art from Matt Plog. Here we have from White Wolf. Progress continues on the LAV3. We're almost there. Well, okay, we're only a quarter of the way through Step 23, and Step 23 is an entire page full of parts, but still. First layer of armor is up on said turret, and it's a bunch of extra things like baskets and whatnot. Whatever the things are called. Not sure I'm looking forward to some of the smaller photo etch, but I'm sure I'll live through it all. I mean, you might. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you're speaking too soon. Those are some tiny, super duper fine pieces. Oof. Yeah. You have my sympathy for taking on this particular project. Damn. So detailed. So detailed. This one is going to be a damn relief to get some paint on at long last, White Wolf. I like the sort of the cabling, the cording along the edge, too. That's acrylic, not MDF. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we've seen it every step of the way. Seeing it actually come together and get some paint on it is going to be cathartic for, I think, everybody. Let's come down and see what we have. Oh, also from White Wolf and the upcoming stuff in the queue for building because I'm downright nuts. Yup, an RFM kit is my second ever kit. Even though it comes in tomorrow, I'll have 4 Russian tanks. Hell, even the Moonlock will happen. I didn't pronounce that right. Will happen at some point this quarter. I'm seriously thinking giving oils a whirl on it. Why the hell not? Give it a shot. A10 is going to be first though, since hubby gave it to me as a birthday gift in 2018. Yikes. The 2 Tamiya 148 kits are naturally for Project Midnight Raid, another project I'm very excited to see that one come together. That one has so much personality. 3 sheets of MDF are what's left to build from Warsenal, and Narthrax is, well, arguably the dragon I want to work on. Were you expecting a long-winded short description post here? I can actually write short things on occasion. Okay, with all those edits, I guess I did wind up going on longer than planned, but whatever. Words. Okay, now we've hit the average White Wolf post. I'll tell you, your Shelf of Shame doesn't seem all that bad. Not bad at all. Oh, this is who you're talking about. The Mumakil, the fucking Harad Oliphant. Yeah. I was like, is that the name of a jet? And I'm just mispronouncing it? I didn't realize you were talking about an actual fucking war elephant. This is one of the models from Games Workshop that I keep thinking, like, I should really just get one and give it a try. They're so textured, you could do a lot of dry brushing and airbrushing on it. And they're so cool in the movie. It's like one of the coolest scenes in the whole damn movie. When the Oliphants show up, when the Mumakil hit the fucking field, when Rohan rides through the lines of orcs.
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Models into more models, as it were. I'm just saying, the Rohirrim ride through the orcs, and then you can see the look on Theoden's face as he's like, aha, we have defeated. Then he looks over and he's like, oh no. As these 3-story elephants are stomping towards his battle lines. Oh god, I'm gonna have to watch Lord of the Rings again. Damn you people. I have, you know what? I'm not going to in any way quantify my Shelf of Shame. I'm not gonna do it. You can't make me. I don't have to. Here we have from Forgotarung, decided to put antennas in literally every mech I haven't yet painted. Already showed off the other white-based minis before. Ooh, what are you using for antennas, Verg? I have tended to use sewing pins, like the type that they use for doing bespoke stuff. Ooh, it's exciting. It is exciting to see some of these Trinity City street bases actually getting used. I recognize these guys. These are for free on Thingiverse. I like how they're kind of walking ahead of the Urbies like Riot Police. Plastic hairbrush. Okay. Yeah. Brass rod. That's another good one. I tend to use little steel pins. I clip them and I file down into a rounded end. I like them being stiff, but also not so much. Like, I've had enough bad experiences using pins where I reached for my model and I was like, and I'm bleeding. So yeah, I go ahead and smooth those out now. Brush bristles. Yeah, I've heard good things about that too. Excellent looking. Well, for me too, the dual antennas is such a part of the profile of the Urbie. It's almost crazy how much more, how this looks so much more proper to me now. These are going to be damn cool when they're fully painted, what with all the detail you're putting into the base and everything. Nicely done, Vergotarung. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, get another one of my Tau boys painted. Front and center is the newest addition. Front and center. Locked, cocked, ready to rock. Pumpkin boys reporting for duty. The pumpkin patch is ready to kill. Such a bizarre inspiration for a color scheme, but this is part of what I like about what Chaotic Harmony does. It's a unique color scheme. The purple next to the orange is just crazy, and then the use of the aerials as stems. That's pretty cool. You know, Alaric, I'm not opposed to that at all. I need to grab a bite to eat, but after that, I could get into some Titanfall if y'all get a game going. But the bristles are strong and flexible. Oh, tell that to my hairbrush. I see what we're doing here. Your work gets cleaner every single mini that you do, Chaotic Harmony. Just a little bit cleaner each and every time, but I guess that is the nature of practice. That's the store's... Oh, okay, well that makes sense then. I didn't know that was the name of the store. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know where he got this idea. He just was like, I'm gonna paint my tower like pumpkins. Okay, at least there's an explanation. You seem a little less crazy to me now. Nicely done, and I like the inclusion of the extra green texture on the base. Hell yeah, they're coming together, Chaotic. You got a lot of painting ahead of you, man. By the time you get to the end of it, you're gonna be a fucking master. Here we have from Kursala. Got a bit more work done on the pelvis, but it needs a stronger taper. Haha, don't we all? Don't we all? So many fine panel lines. So many fine panel lines. My god, so ornate. Only a clanner could possibly pilot a mech. So detailed. Free-range pumpkins is their name, so pumpkin-headed Tau. That's pretty cool, Chaotic. I'm glad that you're doing so much work for the FLGS. That's really awesome. Guys, always support your friendly local game stores, unless they suck. But, you know, if they suck, you're probably not going there, and they're just an LGS at that point. They're an SLGS, a stupid local game store, and you don't have to support those. What do you want, Gwynny? You want snacks. You're gonna get snacks in a minute, I'll tell you what. I like this, I like the joint that you've created here. Part of the joy of getting to see all these progress pics in the Storm Report is that it is going to be, as with the Project Midnight Raid, as with the LAV3, so cathartic to see it finished at long last. And it also helps remind me that I'm not the only person who takes a long time to work on things. Oh, but the detailing you've put into this is so impressive, each and every part of it. And when you put all these together, complete with the claw arms and the newly redone head, this is going to be great. SLGS, got him! Got him! That'll fucking teach him, right, Walter? Yeah, mess with me! Oh my god, that is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of the stream. Who are we rating tonight? Who's painting? Who's doing what? Hey, Steiner is up. Thunderdome Drew is up. Thunderdome Drew, Steiner Miniatures. Thunderdome Drew, Steiner Miniatures. First person to make a request in chat between those two gets it. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Thunderdome Drew, Riot's sister, has made the call. Your mom. Oh, okay. So we're gonna be rating my mom. This is gonna be a little awkward. A little walk. Oh, I missed a follow a little while ago. Kale Larson. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thunderdome Miniatures, Steiner Drew. Ooh, my name's Walter, and I do the opposite of everything I'm supposed to do. Aren't I clever? He is actually, he's actually fairly clever. To be fair, that might not be, but just generally speaking, yeah, I have to give him that one. Thunderhead Workshop. Ooh. Oh god, I hope that's never a thing. That would be fucking insufferable. Oh, so let's get that raid started. Going over to Thunderdome Drew, an incredibly talented painter. Really, really cool guy. You're gonna enjoy this stream if you haven't been there yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Locust and Gentlemax, thank you again. Thank you as always for coming out to hang out with me while I paint tonight. I have such a good time. We got some really good work done on Eomer tonight. We're gonna have a couple more sessions with him before the end of the month, and then finish him off for the One Brush to Rule Them All challenge before hosting the Storm Report for the 31st of this month. The last day of the month is going to be for all of our entries to the One Brush to Rule Them All challenge. And remember, that is just painting a mini with one brush. It's very simple, and it's a lot of fun. Oh god, thank you so much, Kursala, Project Dark Fox, and Riot Sister for modding. As always, thank you, newcomers to the stream, both for your follows and for your contributions to the Storm Report. One of my favorite parts of the stream. Thank you so much for the subs, you guys. You always make it just such a fucking pleasure. Such a pleasure to stream. We're going to be back Sunday the 10th, doing some more painting. Tuesday the 12th, painting some more. The 14th, we're going to be gaming. I'm not telling you what, because I haven't decided yet, so you're just going to have to deal with that. I'm going to go get something to eat and send you on over to Thunderdome Drew, so until next time, keep on painting.